In the gentle twilight hours when consciousness begins to drift like morning mist over lake of rage, let us embark upon a tranquil journey through the hidden mysteries of Johto, that ancient land where cherry blossoms dance eternally on invisible currents, and where secrets lie buried deeper than the roots of ilex forest's most venerable trees. Tonight, as your breathing slows and your mind settles into peaceful repose, we shall uncover the whispered truths that only the most dedicated explorers of this mystical region have ever discovered. Deep within the coating of gold and silver, nestled like precious gemstones in digital amber, lies a fascinating truth about Chikorita that perhaps only one trainer in 100 has ever contemplated. This gentle grass type Pokemon, with its perpetual smile and leaf crown that catches dewdrops like nature's own diadem, possesses an internal body temperature that fluctuates with the phases of the moon. When Claire's grandmother first documented this phenomenon in her weathered journals, she noted that Chikorita's photosynthetic processes accelerate during the waning moon, causing their leaves to emit an almost imperceptible bioluminescent glow that can only be observed through specialized equipment developed in Goldenrod City's underground research facilities. The connection between Cyndaquil and the ancient volcanic activity that once shaped Johto runs far deeper than most trainers realize. Beneath Mount Silver's snow capped peak, geological surveys have revealed crystalline formations that resonate at the exact frequency of a Cyndaquil's flame sacs when they reach optimal temperature. These formations, composed of a rare mineral that locals call emberstone, were formed millions of years ago when the first fire type Pokemon began to populate the region. Professor Elm's predecessor, a researcher whose name has been lost to time, theorized that Cyndaquil's evolutionary line carries within their genetic memory the ability to sense these underground deposits, which explains their uncanny ability to locate the warmest spots for hibernation during Johto's harsh winters. Totodile's jaw structure contains a remarkable secret that connects it to the prehistoric creatures that once ruled Johto's waterways. Within the enamel of their teeth lies a microscopic pattern that mirrors the tidal charts of the Whirl Islands, suggesting an evolutionary link to ancient sea dragons whose fossils have never been officially catalogued. Marine biologists working near Olivine City have discovered that wild totodile populations synchronize their feeding patterns with oceanic currents that flow beneath the Johto mainland, currents that carry minerals essential for the development of their signature crushing bite. This synchronization occurs through bioelectric fields generated by specialized cells in their snouts, cells that remain active even when Totodile evolve into their more formidable forms. In the shadowed corners of Violet City's Sprout Tower, where incense burns eternally and the wooden floors creak with centuries of accumulated wisdom, monks have preserved records of Bellsprout behavior that predates written history. These ancient texts, inscribed on bark paper using ink derived from Bellsprout's own secretions, describe how these seemingly simple Pokemon can predict seismic activity up to 3 days in advance. Their root systems, extending far deeper underground than their modest appearance suggests, tap into the planet's electromagnetic field through a network of mineral veins that crisscross beneath Johto like nature's own nervous system. When tectonic plates shift even minutely, Bellsprout communities begin a subtle swaying dance. their movements encoding warnings that elder monks learned to interpret through generations of careful observation. The relationship between Huthut and Noctowl transcends the simple progression of evolution, encompassing a form of collective consciousness that researchers at the Ekritake University have spent decades attempting to understand. During the hours between midnight and dawn, when the veil between worlds grows thin in Johto's mystical atmosphere, Huthut colonies enter a synchronized state where their internal chronometers align with celestial mechanics invisible to human perception. This phenomenon, dubbed temporal resonance by Professor Oak's former colleagues, allows them to perceive time distortions around locations where legendary Pokémon have appeared, creating detailed mental maps of temporal anomalies that they pass down through genetic memory to their offspring. Ladybuzz social structures mirror the complex hierarchies found in Azalea Town's ancient Kurt family traditions, where each generation of apricorn artisans has observed these gentle bug types gathering materials for their hives. What most trainers never realize is that Ladybug can sense the emotional resonance embedded within different types of apricorns, selecting only those fruits that have been touched by human hands guided by pure intention. Kurt's great grandfather discovered this connection when he noticed that Ladybug would only approach apricorns harvested during periods of community celebration, avoiding those picked during times of sorrow or conflict. This sensitivity extends to their honey production, which varies in both flavor and potency depending on the emotional atmosphere of their surroundings. Spinarak weaves more than simple webs in the moonlit corners of Johto's forests. Their silk contains trace elements that correspond to the mineral composition of the soil beneath their chosen territories, creating a living geological survey that changes with the seasons. Entomologists studying populations near the ruins of Alf have documented how spinaric silk patterns shift in response to the electromagnetic emanations from the ancient unknown chambers below. These patterns, when viewed under polarized light, reveal mathematical sequences that mirror the symbolic language carved into the ruins' walls, suggesting that Spinarak may serve as unconscious translators of messages left by civilizations that vanished before human memory began. The gentle Mareep that graze on Route 32 carry within their woolly coats more than simple static electricity. Each fiber of their fleece acts as a biological conductor, storing and transmitting information about atmospheric conditions across vast distances. During thunderstorms that sweep across Johto's plains, Mareep flocks create a living network that can predict lightning strikes with uncanny accuracy, their collective bioelectric field forming a protective dome that shields other Pokémon from nature's more violent displays. Shepherds in the region have long known that following a Mareep's instinctive movements during storms can lead travelers to safety, though few understand the scientific principles underlying this remarkable ability. Sudowoodo's mimicry extends far beyond its tree-like appearance, encompassing a form of geological camouflage that allows it to blend seamlessly with different rock formations across Johto's diverse landscape. The mineral composition of its body adjusts gradually to match the predominant stone types in its environment, a process that can take decades to complete, but results in perfect integration with local geology. Rock-type specialists working near Ekritake City have observed Sudowoodo specimens whose bodies contain traces of meteorite fragments, suggesting that some individuals have incorporated cosmic materials that fell to Earth in ages past, adding an otherworldly quality to their already mysterious nature. In the depths of Slowpoke Well, where time seems to flow differently and echoes carry memories of ancient rituals, the symbiotic relationship between Slowpoke and Shelder reveals layers of complexity that challenge conventional understanding of Pokemon evolution. The transformation that occurs when Shelder attaches to a Slowpoke's tail or head involves more than simple physical contact. Biochemical analyses conducted by researchers from Goldenrod University have revealed that both species undergo genetic modifications during the bonding process, their DNA intertwining in patterns that create entirely new neural pathways. These pathways grant the resulting Slowbro or Slowking access to collective memories spanning multiple generations, explaining their reputation for profound wisdom despite their seemingly sluggish demeanor. The psychic emanations that permeate Johto's atmosphere reach their highest concentration around populations of wild Abra, whose teleportation abilities serve as both transportation and communication across dimensional barriers invisible to most forms of life. Sleep studies conducted in laboratory settings have shown that Abra's consciousness remains partially active even during their 18-hour daily rest periods, their minds exploring parallel dimensions where alternate versions of Johto exist under different evolutionary pressures. These explorations contribute to their species' remarkable ability to sense danger and teleport to safety, as they maintain awareness of multiple probability streams simultaneously, choosing the paths that lead to the most favorable outcomes. The temporal distortions that surround sleeping Abra create subtle ripples in the fabric of reality itself, effects that can be measured using specialized equipment developed by the researchers at Olivan City's Meteorological Institute. These ripples influence the growth patterns of nearby vegetation, causing certain flowers to bloom out of season and trees to develop spiral grain patterns in their wood that craftsmen prize for their otherworldly beauty. The phenomenon extends to other psychic type Pokemon in the region, with wild drowsy populations showing synchronized sleep cycles that align with Abra's dimensional wanderings, creating a network of shared dreams that spans the entire continent. In the shadowed valleys, where Hoot make their roosts, the relationship between time perception and nocturnal hunting reveals evolutionary adaptations that blur the boundaries between physical and metaphysical prowess. These owl-like Pokemon possess an internal chronometer so precise that they can detect fluctuations in the planet's rotation, adjustments so minute that atomic clocks struggle to measure them with comparable accuracy. This temporal sensitivity allows Hoot to predict the exact moment when their prey will emerge from hiding, their patient vigils extending across multiple lunar cycles as they wait for the perfect convergence of environmental factors. Ancient texts discovered in the ruins beneath Violet City describe Hoot as guardians of temporal boundaries, their calls serving as warnings when the flow of time becomes unstable around areas of high psychic activity. The crystalline formations that grow throughout the ice path contain fossilized memories of Johto's prehistoric climate, their molecular structure preserving atmospheric data from eras when the region existed under entirely different weather patterns. Swinub populations that inhabit these frozen corridors have developed the ability to interpret these geological records, their sensitive snouts detecting chemical signatures that reveal the migration routes of long extinct Pokemon species. The permafrost layers beneath their hooves contain microscopic organisms that have remained dormant for millennia, waiting for the precise temperature conditions that would allow them to resume their ancient life cycles. Some researchers theorize that Swinub serve as unwitting caretakers of these prehistoric microbes, their body heat creating controlled thaw zones that prevent the complete extinction of primordial life forms. Beneath the waters of Johto's interconnected river systems, Whooper colonies maintain complex territorial agreements that have remained unchanged for over 3 centuries, their boundaries marked by subtle chemical signatures that only members of their species can detect. These aquatic Pokemon possess a form of hydraulic memory that allows them to store information about water quality, seasonal flooding patterns, and the health of underwater ecosystems within specialized glands located behind their gills. During periods of drought, Whooper communities share this stored knowledge through a process of controlled pheromone release, creating a biological early warning system that helps other water dwelling Pokemon locate reliable sources of clean water. The complexity of their chemical communication rivals that of the most sophisticated human languages, with distinct dialects emerging in different river basins across the region. The bioluminescent patterns that flicker across Lantern's body during deep sea expeditions serve multiple functions beyond simple illumination, creating a 3 dimensional mapping system that charts the ocean floor with precision that surpasses modern sonar technology. These living lighthouses can detect underwater volcanic activity months before eruptions occur, their photophores responding to minute changes in water temperature and mineral content that indicate shifts in geological stability. Deep sea research vessels operating off Johto's coast have learned to follow lantern migrations as a means of avoiding dangerous underwater terrain, though few sailors understand that these Pokemon are actually following ancient current patterns established by their ancestors over countless generations. The electrical fields generated by their swimming movements create standing waves in the ocean's electromagnetic spectrum, contributing to navigation systems used by various marine species across vast distances. In the mountain caves where Dunsparce make their hidden homes, the vibrations created by their serpentine movements through solid rock generate infrasonic frequencies that can travel through the Earth's crust for hundreds of kilometers. These low frequency pulses serve as a continent wide communication network, allowing Dunsparce populations to coordinate their activities across mountain ranges that would otherwise isolate them from their own kind. Seismologists working in the region have learned to distinguish between natural earthquake activity and the deliberate signals created by Dunsparce communities, though the full complexity of their underground language remains largely undeciphered. The tunnels they excavate follow mathematical principles that maximize structural integrity while minimizing energy expenditure, their boring techniques creating spiral patterns that distribute stress loads with engineering precision that human architects struggle to replicate. The prismatic scales that cover Q-Willfish contain microscopic photonic crystals that can manipulate light in ways that create optical illusions beneath the water's surface, making these defensive Pokemon appear larger, more numerous, or positioned in entirely different locations than their actual coordinates. This biological camouflage extends beyond visual deception to include thermal masking, as specialized cells within their inflated bodies can regulate temperature distribution to confuse predators that hunt using heat sensing abilities. The toxic compounds they produce serve not only as weapons, but as complex chemical messages that can alter the behavior of other marine life across entire reef systems, creating zones of influence where quillfish effectively control the population dynamics of multiple species without direct physical confrontation. The magnetic fields generated by fortress colonies create interference patterns that can disrupt electronic equipment from considerable distances, their steel plated bodies functioning as living Faraday cages that protect sensitive biological processes from electromagnetic radiation. Those defensive formations have been observed coordinating their magnetic output to create corridors of electromagnetic silence that allow other Pokemon to migrate through areas with high levels of artificial radio frequency pollution. The precision with which they modulate these fields suggests a level of technological understanding that rivals human engineering. Their collective intelligence solving problems related to electromagnetic compatibility that continue to challenge modern science. Within the flower gardens, where Blossom perform their ancient dances, the chemical compounds released through their petal movements create microenvironments that accelerate plant growth and enhance soil fertility in ways that agricultural scientists are only beginning to understand. These aromatic molecules interact with beneficial bacteria in the earth, creating symbiotic relationships that can transform barren ground into fertile meadows within a single growing season. The choreographed movements of blossom groups follow patterns that correspond to optimal nutrient distribution, their traditional dances encoding agricultural knowledge accumulated over centuries of careful observation and refinement. Farmers who learn to interpret these natural indicators can achieve crop yields that exceed those produced through conventional methods, though such traditional knowledge remains confined to rural communities that maintain close connections to the land. The sonar capabilities of Crobat extend far beyond simple echolocation, encompassing a form of acoustic analysis that can determine the emotional states of other Pokemon through subtle variations in heartbeat, breathing patterns, and involuntary muscular movements. This empathic sensing allows Crobat colonies to serve as early warning systems for their ecosystems, detecting signs of illness, stress, or environmental contamination before visible symptoms appear. Their four-winged flight patterns create complex air currents that can influence local weather patterns. Their synchronized movements during migration generating atmospheric disturbances that contribute to seasonal rainfall distribution across the regions they traverse. The underground networks, carved by Dunsparce, extend through geological formations in patterns that mirror ancient river systems, their serpentine bodies creating tunnels that follow mineral veins and water tables with an accuracy that suggests an intuitive understanding of subsurface hydrology. These burrow systems often intersect with natural cave networks, creating pathways that allow groundwater to flow more efficiently between distant aquifers and maintaining the water balance across entire mountain ranges. The tail drilling techniques employed by dunsparce generate vibrations that can be detected by sensitive seismic equipment, their burrowing activities creating a form of natural geological monitoring that helps predict landslides and underground erosion patterns. Mining operations have learned to track these vibrations as indicators of soil stability, though the dunsparce themselves remain largely invisible to human observation, their presence known only through the subtle environmental changes they create. Within the crystalline formations that house shuckle colonies, fermentation processes occur that transform simple berries into complex compounds with remarkable preservative and nutritional properties. The acidic secretions produced during these transformations create microenvironments with pH levels so precisely controlled that they can support unique bacterial cultures found nowhere else in nature. These bacterial communities produce enzymes that break down toxins and pollutants, effectively creating biological filtration systems that purify groundwater as it passes through shuckle territories. The shell structures themselves demonstrate principles of biomineralization that exceed the efficiency of human ceramic production. Their ability to maintain structural integrity while allowing controlled permeability has inspired advances in materials, science, and architectural design. The psychic resonance generated by Espeon during periods of deep meditation creates field effects that extend far beyond their immediate vicinity, influencing the growth patterns of crystals and affecting the behavior of electromagnetic fields in ways that suggest a fundamental connection between consciousness and physical reality. These mental emanations can synchronize with other psychic type Pokémon across great distances, creating networks of shared awareness that function as a form of biological internet spanning entire continents. Research into these phenomena has revealed that Espeon can detect and interpret quantum fluctuations in their environment, their psychic abilities operating at scales where the boundary between mind and matter becomes indistinct. The gem on their forehead serves as both a focal point and an amplifier for these quantum interactions. Its crystalline structure, arranged in patterns that optimize coherence between psychic energy and electromagnetic radiation. The nocturnal activities of Umbreon involve more than simple hunting and territory patrol, encompassing complex ritualistic behaviors that appear to influence lunar cycles and tidal patterns through mechanisms that remain poorly understood. The ring markings on their fur exhibit bioluminescent properties that fluctuate in response to cosmic radiation, creating natural displays that can be observed from orbital satellites during periods of peak solar activity. These luminous patterns serve as navigation aids for other nocturnal Pokémon, their intensity and frequency encoding information about weather conditions, seasonal changes, and the locations of food sources or safe territories. The chemical compounds responsible for this bioluminescence have been found to possess remarkable stability under extreme temperature variations, maintaining their photonic properties in conditions that would destroy conventional fluorescent materials. Deep within forest canopies where Murkrow congregate, social hierarchies develop that demonstrate sophisticated understanding of economics and resource management. Their collection and trading behaviors, creating markets for shiny objects that operate according to principles of supply and demand. These corvid communities establish exchange rates between different types of treasures, with rare items commanding higher values and common objects serving as everyday currency for smaller transactions. The intelligence networks maintained by Murkrow flocks encompass a detailed knowledge of human settlement patterns, their ability to predict human behavior, allowing them to anticipate the availability of new treasure sources and adjust their collection strategies accordingly. Archaeological sites have yielded evidence of Murkrow hoards containing artifacts from multiple historical periods, suggesting that these collections serve not only immediate needs, but also function as long term cultural repositories, preserving objects of significance across generations. The reproductive cycles of Slowking demonstrate remarkable synchronization with astronomical events. Their mating rituals timed to coincide with specific planetary alignments that occur at the intervals measured in decades rather than years. During these celestial convergences, the Shelder Crown formations undergo temporary modifications that enhance their computational abilities, allowing Slowking communities to process complex mathematical problems and generate solutions to environmental challenges that benefit entire ecosystems. The wisdom accumulated during these enhanced cognitive states is preserved through specialized neural pathways that remain dormant between activation periods, creating biological libraries of knowledge that can be accessed when environmental conditions require extraordinary problem solving capabilities. The chemical exchanges between Slowking and their Shelder partners involve neurotransmitter compounds that exist nowhere else in the natural world, their molecular structures suggesting evolutionary adaptations to specific electromagnetic frequencies present in deep ocean environments. Within the territories claimed by Fortress, magnetic field measurements reveal patterns of organization that mirror the structure of computer networks, with individual Pokemon serving as nodes in a distributed processing system capable of performing calculations related to weather prediction and seismic activity. The steel plating covering their bodies contains trace elements arranged in configurations that optimize magnetic field generation while providing protection against both physical impacts and electromagnetic interference. These natural superconductors can maintain electrical currents for extended periods without energy loss, creating persistent magnetic fields that influence the migration patterns of other steel type Pokemon across continental distances. The pinecone like shells conceal internal mechanisms that function as biological gyroscopes, allowing Fortress to maintain precise spatial orientation even when subjected to powerful magnetic disturbances that would disorient conventional navigation equipment. The territorial disputes between Gligar colonies involve aerial maneuvers that demonstrate principles of fluid dynamics and aeronautical engineering, their gliding techniques utilizing ground effect and thermal currents with an efficiency that surpasses human-designed aircraft of comparable size. The barbed tails serve multiple functions beyond simple weaponry, acting as rudders for flight control and sensors for detecting air pressure variations that indicate approaching weather systems. During sandstorms, Gligar can navigate using echolocation techniques, similar to those employed by bats, their calls creating acoustic maps of their environment that remain accurate despite the visual obscuration caused by airborne particles. The venom produced in their tail stingers contains compounds that affect the nervous systems of prey animals in highly specific ways, inducing temporary paralysis while leaving vital functions intact to ensure the freshness of stored food supplies. The steel wool produced by Steelix during molting periods contains carbon nanotubes and metallic fibers arranged in structures that exhibit properties similar to advanced composite materials, their strength to weight ratios exceeding those achieved through conventional metallurgy. The tunneling activities of these massive Pokemon create underground transportation networks that facilitate the movement of smaller species while providing natural drainage systems that prevent flooding in surface communities. The magnetic fields generated by their serpentine bodies can influence the formation of mineral deposits, concentrating valuable ores in locations that become accessible to human mining operations centuries after the Steelix have moved to different territories. Geological surveys have identified Steelix tunnel systems that extend for hundreds of kilometers through mountain ranges. Their construction, requiring engineering capabilities that suggest these Pokemon possess intuitive knowledge of structural mechanics and materials science. The crystalline formations found within abandoned Steelix tunnels exhibit piezoelectric properties that generate electrical charges when subjected to mechanical stress, creating natural power sources that sustain underground ecosystems for decades after their creators have departed. This geological modifications influence groundwater flow patterns across entire watersheds, directing mineral-rich streams toward surface springs that support plant communities uniquely adapted to the elevated concentrations of trace metals. The temperature regulation systems employed by quillfish involve specialized organs that function as biological heat exchangers, allowing these Pokemon to survive in waters ranging from near freezing depths to thermal vents, where temperatures exceed the boiling point of ordinary seawater. The poison spines covering their inflated bodies contain delivery mechanisms that operate on principles similar to hypodermic injection, their hollow structures channeling toxins with precise dosage control that varies according to the perceived threat level of approaching organisms. During defensive inflation, internal gas bladders expand using chemical reactions that produce lighter than water gases, allowing quillfish to achieve neutral buoyancy while maintaining their spherical defensive configuration. The toxins synthesized within their bodies include compounds that remain stable in saltwater environments for extended periods, creating chemical barriers around their territories that persist long after the Pokemon have relocated to different hunting grounds. The hibernation cycles of Scizor involve metabolic processes that reduce their energy requirements to levels approaching suspended animation, their steel exoskeletons serving as thermal regulators that maintain optimal body temperatures through passive heat management. The wing structures, despite their metallic composition, retain sufficient flexibility to generate the rapid wing beats necessary for their characteristic high-speed maneuvers, their aerodynamic efficiency enhanced by microscopic surface textures that reduce air resistance while maintaining lift generation. The pincers function as precision instruments capable of manipulating objects at the molecular level. Their gripping surfaces containing sensory arrays that provide tactile feedback with resolution comparable to advanced robotic systems. During territorial displays, the metallic surfaces of their bodies reflect sunlight in patterns that create optical illusions, disorienting potential rivals while conserving energy that would otherwise be expended in physical confrontations. The steel plating undergoes continuous remodeling processes that strengthen weak points while maintaining overall structural integrity, their bodies essentially serving as self repairing mechanical systems that adapt to environmental stresses through automatic optimization. The aquatic adaptations of Shuckle extend beyond their obvious shell based defenses, incorporating specialized filtering systems that extract nutrients from water with efficiency rates that exceed those of conventional filtration technology. The fermentation processes occurring within their shells produce enzymes capable of breaking down complex organic compounds into simpler molecules, creating concentrated nutrient solutions that sustain these Pokemon during extended periods of inactivity. The shell material itself exhibits properties similar to advanced ceramics, its layered structure providing protection against impacts while maintaining sufficient porosity to allow gas exchange necessary for cellular respiration. The yellow appendages extending from their shells contain chemoreceptors sensitive to molecular concentrations measured in parts per trillion, enabling detection of food sources and potential threats across vast distances through chemical gradient analysis. During berry fermentation cycles, internal pressure regulation systems prevent explosive ruptures while maintaining optimal conditions for the biochemical processes that transform raw plant matter into highly concentrated energy sources. The electrical generation capabilities of Heracross involve biomechanical systems that convert mechanical energy from their powerful muscles into electrical charges stored in specialized organs throughout their exoskeletons. The horn structures serve as both weapons and sensory apparatus, their internal composition including materials that exhibit properties similar to fiber optic cables, transmitting information about environmental conditions through patterns of bioluminescent signals invisible to most other species. The incredible strength demonstrated by these Pokemon results from muscle fiber arrangements that operate on leverage principles, their limb structures functioning as compound mechanical systems that amplify force output beyond what their size would suggest possible. During competitive encounters with other Heracross, the combatants engage in wrestling matches that demonstrate principles of mechanical engineering, their grappling techniques utilizing fulcrums and lever arms with precision that indicates sophisticated understanding of applied physics. The sap feeding behaviors involve specialized mouth parts that can penetrate tree bark without causing permanent damage to their food sources, their feeding techniques ensuring sustainable harvesting that maintains forest ecosystem health across generations. The sand manipulation abilities of Dunsparce involve electrostatic charge generation that allows precise control over individual grain positioning, creating underground structures with architectural complexity that rivals human construction techniques. The drilling appendages at their tail ends contain sensors capable of detecting soil composition variations and underground water sources, their burrowing activities guided by geological information gathered through seismic vibration analysis. The wing structures, though seemingly inadequate for sustained flight, generate specific acoustic frequencies that serve communication purposes across the extensive tunnel networks these Pokemon inhabit. The pale coloration provides camouflage advantages in underground environments while reflecting infrared radiation in patterns that help regulate body temperature during extended periods of subterranean activity. The mysterious nature of Dunsparce's behavior patterns suggests cognitive capabilities that remain largely unstudied, their decision making processes potentially involving complex risk assessment algorithms that account for multiple environmental variables simultaneously. The aquatic hunting strategies employed by quillfish involve cooperative behaviors that demonstrate sophisticated understanding of fluid dynamics and predator prey relationships. The poison distribution systems within their bodies can be adjusted to produce different toxin concentrations depending on the specific defensive requirements of various situations. Their chemical warfare capabilities representing millions of years of evolutionary refinement. The pressure sensitive organs embedded within their skin provide detailed information about water currents and the movement patterns of nearby organisms, creating three-dimensional maps of their aquatic environment that update continuously as conditions change. During spawning seasons, these Pokemon coordinate their activities across vast ocean areas, their reproductive timing synchronized through chemical signal networks that span entire continental shelf regions. The defensive inflation response involves rapid gas generation through chemical processes that can be initiated within milliseconds of threat detection. Their transformation from streamlined swimmer to spiny sphere, representing one of the fastest defensive adaptations observed in aquatic environments. The metallurgical processes occurring within Scizor bodies involve continuous recycling of steel components, their internal systems breaking down worn materials and reconstructing them into stronger configurations through biological processes that operate at temperatures and pressures that would challenge industrial manufacturing equipment. The precision of their movements results from neural control systems that coordinate thousands of individual muscle groups with timing accuracy measured in microseconds, their motor control capabilities exceeding those of advanced robotic systems. The social hierarchies within Scizor communities are maintained through complex behavioral protocols that minimize actual physical confrontation while establishing clear dominance relationships through displays of technical skill and precision rather than brute force applications. The aerodynamic efficiency achieved by Scizor flight patterns involves wing beat frequencies that create minimal air turbulence, their movements through three-dimensional space calculated to conserve energy while maintaining maximum maneuverability during aerial encounters. The steel composition of their exoskeleton contains trace elements that provide electromagnetic shielding properties, protecting internal organs from electrical interference while allowing precise control over their own bioelectric fields. The sensory apparatus within their claws can detect vibrations transmitted through solid materials across distances exceeding several kilometers. Their ability to gather information through tactile analysis rivaling the most sophisticated seismic monitoring equipment. The territorial boundaries established by individual Scizor are marked through pheromone deposits that convey detailed information about the occupant's capabilities and recent activities, creating invisible maps of dominance that other Pokemon can interpret with remarkable accuracy. The bioluminescent patterns displayed by Heracross during nocturnal activities involve photochemical processes that require precise timing and energy management. Their ability to generate controlled light emissions serving multiple communication and navigation purposes simultaneously. The structural engineering principles governing their horn development result in weapons capable of withstanding forces that would destroy materials many times their apparent strength. The internal architecture featuring hollow chambers and reinforcement patterns that distribute stress loads across the entire cranial structure. The flight capabilities of these massive Pokemon involve wing loading calculations that seem to defy conventional aerodynamic principles, their ability to achieve sustained flight, despite their considerable body mass, representing evolutionary solutions to complex physics problems. The territorial disputes between Heracross individuals follow ritualized combat protocols that minimize permanent injury while establishing clear hierarchical relationships through displays of strength and technical skill. The tree sap consumption patterns of Heracross involve sophisticated chemical analysis capabilities that allow them to identify the nutritional content and seasonal availability of different plant species, their feeding behaviors contributing to forest ecosystem maintenance through selective pruning and seed dispersal activities. The temperature regulation systems within their bodies can maintain optimal internal conditions across wide environmental temperature ranges, their metabolic processes adjusting automatically to compensate for seasonal variations and altitude changes. The social cooperation observed during large scale feeding operations suggests communication abilities that extend beyond simple territorial displays, their coordination during resource competition demonstrating complex negotiation and conflict resolution capabilities. The silk production mechanisms employed by Sneasel involve protein synthesis processes that create materials with tensile strength approaching that of steel cables. Their ability to generate climbing aids and trap construction materials through biological processes, representing sophisticated biochemical engineering. The claw maintenance behaviors observed in wild populations involve regular sharpening and conditioning activities that maintain cutting edges capable of penetrating materials ranging from tree bark to solid ice formations. The hunting strategies employed by these Pokemon during winter months demonstrate understanding of thermal dynamics and prey behavior patterns, their ability to locate and capture food sources in harsh conditions requiring precise energy management and tactical planning. The social structures within Sneasel communities involve complex hierarchies based on hunting success and territorial control. Their leadership positions maintained through demonstrations of skill rather than simple physical dominance. The ice climbing abilities of these Pokemon involve specialized grip techniques that allow secure attachment to vertical surfaces even under adverse weather conditions. Their movement patterns across frozen terrain displaying remarkable efficiency and safety awareness. The food storage behaviors observed in preparation for extended winter periods suggest planning capabilities that account for multiple variables, including weather patterns, prey availability, and territorial security considerations. The evolutionary adaptations present in Teddiursa involve metabolic flexibility that allows these Pokemon to switch between different energy sources depending on seasonal availability and environmental conditions. The honey location abilities demonstrated by young Teddiursa suggest inherited behavioral patterns combined with learned skills acquired through observation and experimentation, their foraging success rates improving dramatically through experience and social learning opportunities. The tree climbing techniques employed by these Pokemon involve grip patterns and movement sequences that minimize energy expenditure while maximizing safety margins during vertical navigation activities. The play behaviors observed in Teddiursa populations serve multiple developmental purposes, including motor skill refinement, social bonding, and predator avoidance training through simulated danger situations. The hibernation preparation activities of Teddiursa involve systematic food gathering and storage behaviors that account for metabolic requirements during extended periods of reduced activity. Their ability to calculate energy needs demonstrating remarkable biological programming. The communication systems used between parents and offspring involve complex vocalizations and scent marking patterns that convey detailed information about environmental conditions and safety considerations. The territorial establishment behaviors of young Teddiursa involve gradual expansion of activity ranges as they develop the skills necessary for independent survival in increasingly challenging environments. The hydraulic systems operating within slugma bodies involve precise pressure regulation mechanisms that maintain structural integrity despite the extreme temperatures of their internal molten composition. Their ability to control flow rates and directional movement, representing sophisticated fluid dynamics management. The heat distribution patterns generated by these Pokemon create localized climate modifications that affect plant growth and soil composition across significant areas surrounding their habitats. The geological impact of slugma activities involves gradual landscape modification through thermal processes that contribute to soil enrichment and mineral distribution patterns, affecting entire ecosystem development over extended time periods. The crystallization processes occurring within slugma bodies involve controlled cooling and reheating cycles that create internal structures with specific thermal and mechanical properties. Their ability to regulate these processes, allowing adaptation to different environmental conditions and activity requirements. The migration patterns followed by slugma populations correspond to underground thermal currents and geological activity levels, their movements serving as natural indicators of subsurface conditions that human geological surveys often overlook. The symbiotic relationships formed between slugma and various plant species involve controlled heat application that enhances seed germination and root development, while providing these Pokemon with nutrients extracted from enhanced plant growth. The electromagnetic field generation capabilities of Magcargo involve bioelectric processes that create measurable disturbances in local magnetic conditions, their presence detectable through sensitive instruments from considerable distances. The shell composition of these Pokemon involves continuous mineral accretion processes that incorporate environmental materials into protective structures with remarkable durability and thermal resistance properties. The temperature regulation achieved by Magcargo allows them to maintain optimal internal conditions while generating external heat levels sufficient to alter local weather patterns and create thermal updrafts that affect regional air circulation. The lava production systems within mag cargo bodies involve chemical processes that operate at temperatures exceeding those found in most natural volcanic activities. Their ability to generate and control molten materials representing biological capabilities that challenge understanding of thermal limits in living organisms. The cooling strategies employed by these Pokemon during periods of reduced activity involve gradual temperature reduction processes that prevent thermal shock while maintaining essential biological functions. The territorial marking behaviors of Magcargo create permanent geological features that serve as long term boundary indicators, recognizable by other Pokemon for extended periods following the original occupant's departure from the area. The intricate social structures observed within Magcargo colonies involve complex communication systems based on thermal signals and subtle changes in lava flow patterns, allowing for coordinated activities such as foraging, defense, and breeding. The sustained heat output from larger mag cargo populations can even influence regional climate, contributing to localized atmospheric warming and altered precipitation patterns, demonstrating a profound ecological footprint. The specialized dietary requirements of mag cargo involve the ingestion of specific minerals and volcanic ash, which are then processed through unique digestive systems that extract energy and building materials, contributing to their enduring ability to produce and control molten rock. The life cycle of a mag cargo from its slugma stage involves a gradual accumulation of minerals and a hardening of its outer shell, a process that is often accelerated by exposure to extreme heat and pressure, reflecting geological formation processes on a biological scale. The evolution of swinub into piloswine involves a significant increase in body mass and the development of thicker, more insulating fur, adapting them to even colder, harsher environments. The sensory organs of swinub are highly attuned to subtle vibrations in the ground, allowing them to detect edible fungi and plant roots buried deep beneath layers of snow and ice, a critical skill for survival in their frigid habitats. The migratory patterns of swinub populations are often dictated by seasonal changes in food availability and the melting and freezing cycles of glaciers, leading them across vast, icy landscapes with unerring precision. The social interactions within swinub herds are characterized by a strong sense of community, with younger members often being protected by a perimeter of adults during blizzards or when facing predators. The fur of swinub possesses unique insulating properties, capable of trapping a layer of warm air close to their bodies, which allows them to endure temperatures far below freezing without suffering from hypothermia. The dietary adaptations of swinub include a robust digestive system capable of breaking down tough, fibrous plant matter and even some forms of frozen lichen, providing essential nutrients in nutrient scarce environments. The communication methods employed by swinub involve a combination of low frequency vocalizations and scent marking, which are effective over long distances in open, snowy plains. Piloswine, with their immense tusks, utilize these formidable appendages not just for defense, but also for digging through thick ice and compacted snow to unearth hidden food sources, demonstrating remarkable strength and precision. The thick, Shaggy fur of Piloswine is composed of multiple layers, with an outer layer of coarse guard hairs that repel snow and ice, and a dense undercoat that provides exceptional thermal insulation, making them virtually impervious to cold. The navigational abilities of Piloswine are exceptionally refined, allowing them to traverse vast, featureless Arctic landscapes, even during whiteout conditions, often relying on an innate sense of direction and possibly geomagnetism. The social hierarchy within Piloswine herds is often determined by the size and strength of their tusks, with dominant individuals leading the group in migrations and foraging expeditions. The reproductive cycles of piloswine are synchronized with the brief Arctic summers, ensuring that their young are born during the warmest periods, increasing their chances of survival. The dietary flexibility of piloswine includes not only plant matter, but also occasional scavenging, utilizing their keen sense of smell to locate carrion buried under snow, providing crucial protein in their harsh environment. The vocalizations of piloswine are deep and resonant, capable of traveling long distances across open tundra, serving various communication purposes from warning calls to mating displays. The evolution of piloswine into mamoswine involves a further dramatic increase in size and strength, along with the development of even more formidable tusks, solidifying their role as apex creatures of the Ice Age. Mamoswine possess an extraordinary memory for locations of ancient food sources and migratory routes passed down through generations, allowing them to navigate complex landscapes with unparalleled proficiency. The tusks of mamoswine are not merely bone, they are highly vascularized structures that can detect subtle changes in temperature and pressure within the ice, allowing them to locate geothermal vents or areas of thinner ice for breaking through. The herd behavior of mamoswine is highly organized, with older, experienced individuals leading the younger ones, forming protective formations against predators or during severe blizzards. The impact of mamoswine on their environment is profound, as their constant foraging and migration patterns contribute to the aeration of frozen soil and the distribution of seeds, playing a vital role in Arctic ecosystems. The digestive system of mamoswine is capable of processing incredibly tough and fibrous plant materials, allowing them to extract nutrients from almost any available vegetation in their frozen habitats. The communication methods of mamoswine involve a complex array of infrasonic vocalizations, scent marking, and subtle body language, enabling them to coordinate activities over vast distances and through dense fog or snow. The delicate dance of remoraid, often observed clinging to larger aquatic Pokémon, is a symbiotic relationship where the remoraid benefits from protection and scraps of food, while its host is largely unaffected, demonstrating a classic commensal interaction. The specialized suction cups on remoraid's underside are incredibly strong, capable of withstanding significant water currents and the rapid movements of their hosts, showcasing remarkable adhesive properties. The diet of remoraid primarily consists of small plankton and food particles dislodged by their hosts' feeding, requiring minimal energy expenditure for foraging. The unique evolutionary pathway of remoraid into octillery involves a profound metamorphosis, transforming from a fish-like creature into a cephalopod, a rare example of such a dramatic shift in body plan. The social behavior of remoraid is largely solitary, though they may gather in small shoals during breeding season or when seeking new hosts. The coloration of remoraid varies depending on their environment, allowing them to camouflage effectively against the skin patterns of different hosts or against the seabed. The sensory organs of remoraid are particularly sensitive to vibrations in the water, enabling them to detect approaching predators or the movements of their hosts with precision. Octillery, with its multiple tentacles and powerful suction cups, is a highly effective predator capable of ambushing prey and grappling with surprising strength and agility. The ink produced by Octillery serves not only as a defensive smokescreen, but also as a complex chemical signal for communication within its species and for deterring rivals. The camouflage abilities of Octillery are exceptional, allowing it to change its skin texture and color almost instantaneously to blend seamlessly with its surroundings, making it an ambush predator of great skill. The intelligence of Octillery is notable among aquatic Pokémon, demonstrating problem solving skills and the ability to learn from experience, such as manipulating objects or opening containers. The diet of Octillery is diverse, ranging from small fish and crustaceans to other cephalopods, reflecting its adaptability as a generalist predator. The reproductive strategies of Octillery involve intricate courtship rituals and the careful protection of egg clutches by the female until hatching, ensuring the survival of their offspring. The communication methods of Octillery include complex displays of color changes, body posturing, and ink releases, conveying a wide range of messages to conspecifics and rivals. The striking pattern on the back of a Delibird's sac is not merely aesthetic. It serves as a visual identifier for other Delibird and may also play a role in courtship displays, indicating the individual's health and foraging prowess. The migratory routes of Delibird are often tied to global weather patterns and the availability of specific food sources, leading them across continents with remarkable precision. The contents of a Delibird's present sac are highly variable, ranging from medicinal herbs to rare berries, or even small, shiny pebbles, reflecting their opportunistic foraging habits and a playful nature. The social interactions within Delibird flocks are characterized by cooperative foraging and synchronized aerial displays, which may serve to deter predators or attract mates. The adaptation of Delibird to cold environments includes a dense layer of insulating down feathers and a robust metabolism that allows them to maintain a high body temperature even in freezing conditions. The dietary preferences of Delibird are quite broad, including insects, berries, and small aquatic organisms, showcasing their adaptability to whatever food sources are available in their diverse habitats. The vocalizations of Delibird are a series of cheerful chirps and melodic whistles, often heard during their graceful flights, contributing to the serene atmosphere of snowy landscapes. The unique physiological makeup of Mantine, enabling it to glide through water with such effortless grace, involves specialized pectoral fins that mimic the hydrodynamics of wings, creating lift and propulsion. The intricate patterns on Mantine's back are not just for display. They can serve as camouflage against the dappled light of the ocean surface or as species recognition signals during mating rituals. The symbiosis between Mantine and Remoraid is a classic example of mutualism, where the Remoraid clean parasites from Mantine's skin, while Mantine provides transportation and protection. The migratory patterns of mantine are extensive, covering vast oceanic distances in search of plankton blooms and warmer waters for breeding, often following established oceanic currents. The diet of mantine consists primarily of plankton, which they filter from the water using specialized gill rakers, a highly efficient feeding strategy for a large marine animal. The social behavior of mantine includes schooling in large groups, particularly during feeding or breeding seasons, offering collective protection and enhancing foraging efficiency. The reproductive cycle of mantine involves complex courtship displays and the laying of large clutches of eggs in sheltered, warm waters, ensuring the survival of their offspring. The solitary nature of Skarmory, often seen soaring high above mountain peaks, reflects its role as a territorial guardian, surveying its domain from an unassailable vantage point. The metallic feathers of Skarmory are not simply an aesthetic feature. They are composed of a specialized alloy that is both incredibly lightweight and remarkably strong, making them impervious to most physical attacks. The nesting habits of Skarmory involve the construction of elaborate nests from collected metal scraps, which are then fused together with a natural adhesive, creating a fortress like structure for their young. The diet of Skarmory primarily consists of small, rock dwelling Pokemon and occasionally carrion, utilizing its sharp talons and beak for predatory purposes. The migratory patterns of Skarmory are often linked to seasonal changes in prey availability or the expansion of their established territories, leading them to new hunting grounds. The communication methods of Skarmory involve a series of sharp, metallic screeches and subtle movements of their wings, conveying warnings, territorial claims, or mating calls. The impact of Skarmory on its environment includes the localized depletion of metal resources in areas where they scavenge for nesting materials, and their predatory activities shape the populations of smaller mountain Pokemon. The enigmatic presence of Houndour, with its foreboding appearance, is often associated with dark forests and desolate landscapes where its keen senses are particularly adapted for nocturnal hunting. The fiery breath of Houndour is not merely a visual effect, it is a metabolic byproduct of its specialized digestive system, which processes a diet rich in spicy plants and volcanic minerals, generating intense internal heat. The pack dynamics of Houndour are highly structured, with a clear alpha leader and complex communication signals that allow for coordinated hunting strategies and territorial defense. The dietary preferences of Houndour include small mammals and birds, which they hunt in coordinated groups, demonstrating sophisticated predatory tactics. The evolution of Houndour into Houndoom involves a significant increase in size and the development of even more potent, fiery breath capable of melting solid rock. The vocalizations of Houndour are a series of barks and howls, which serve various purposes, from communication within the pack to intimidation of rivals. The distinctive bone-like markings on Houndour's body are not merely decorative, they are thought to be a form of aposematic coloration, warning potential predators of their fiery capabilities. Houndoom, with its menacing aura and powerful fiery attacks, is a formidable predator capable of hunting down even larger prey in its desolate habitats. The scorching flames emitted by Houndoom are not just for offense, they can also be used to mark territory, leaving charred symbols on trees and rocks that deter encroachers. The social structure of Houndoom packs is even more rigid than that of Houndour, with established hierarchies and complex rituals that reinforce loyalty and cooperation, ensuring the pack's survival. The dietary habits of Houndoom involve a wide range of prey animals, from nimble deer to robust wild boars, showcasing their adaptability as apex predators. The intense heat generated by Houndoom's breath is a result of highly efficient internal combustion, allowing them to maintain a high body temperature even in cold environments, and enabling them to breathe fire continuously. The communication system of Houndoom involves a sophisticated blend of vocalizations, body language, and pheromones, conveying detailed information about threats, prey locations, and social status within the pack. The powerful jaws of Houndoom are capable of delivering a crushing bite, making them even more effective in subduing their prey. Kingdra, a majestic deep sea Pokémon, possesses an elegant form and unparalleled mastery over water currents, gliding through the abyssal plains with effortless grace. The spiraled horn on Kingdra's head is not merely decorative, it is a highly sensitive organ capable of detecting subtle changes in water pressure, temperature, and even the presence of specific chemical compounds, allowing it to navigate the lightless depths with precision. The ink produced by Kingdra is a potent neurotoxin used not only for defense, but also to stun prey, demonstrating its mastery of chemical warfare in the deep sea. The reproductive cycle of Kingdra involves intricate courtship dances and the laying of eggs in deep sea hydrothermal vents, where the warmth accelerates their development. The dietary preferences of Kingdra include deep sea fish and cephalopods, which it ambushes with incredible speed and agility, using its powerful tail for propulsion. The mysterious habitat of Kingdra in the deep sea contributes to its elusive nature, making encounters with this magnificent creature a rare and awe-inspiring event. The communication methods of Kingdra involve subtle changes in bioluminescence patterns, low-frequency vocalizations, and the controlled release of chemical signals, allowing them to interact across vast distances in the dark ocean. Porygon 2, representing a significant advancement in artificial intelligence, exhibits a level of adaptability and learning previously unseen in synthetic life forms, constantly evolving its programming based on environmental interactions. The ability of Porygon 2 to travel through cyberspace is not limited to mere data transfer. It can actively manipulate digital environments, creating temporary structures or altering data streams, showcasing its advanced virtual reality capabilities. The internal programming of Porygon 2 is constantly optimizing itself, allowing it to adapt to new situations and learn from its mistakes, demonstrating a form of digital sentience. The communication protocols used by Porygon 2 are highly complex, capable of interfacing with a wide range of digital systems, and even translating between different programming languages. The dietary requirements of Porygon 2 are entirely electrical, absorbing energy from power grids or ambient electromagnetic fields, making it a self-sustaining digital entity. The evolution of Porygon 2 into Porygon Zest involves further advancements in its AI, granting it even greater autonomy and the ability to operate independently of human control, though sometimes with unpredictable results. The visual design of Porygon 2, with its smoothed edges and more organic shape, suggests a deliberate effort to make it appear less artificial than its predecessor, perhaps to facilitate interaction with the natural world. Stantler, with its magnificent antlers, possesses an uncanny ability to create illusions that disorient and confuse those who gaze upon them, making it a master of psychological warfare in the wilderness. The unique curvature and branching patterns of Stantler's antlers are not just for display, they contain specialized organs that emit subtle electromagnetic waves, influencing the perception of reality in nearby creatures. The social structure of Stantler herds is often decentralized, with individuals maintaining a loose association while foraging but coming together for defense or during breeding season. The dietary habits of Stantler primarily involve grazing on grasses, leaves, and berries, demonstrating its role as a herbivore in its ecosystem. The migratory patterns of Stantler are often influenced by the seasonal availability of food and the need to find new grazing grounds, leading them across diverse landscapes. The communication methods of Stantler include a range of vocalizations, from gentle snorts to alarm calls, and subtle changes in body posture that convey information to other members of the herd. The impact of Stantler's illusory abilities on its predators is significant, often causing confusion and allowing the Stantler to escape unharmed, contributing to its survival in challenging environments. Smeargle, known for its artistic prowess, utilizes its tail as a paintbrush, capable of producing a unique fluid that allows it to sketch any move it encounters, making it an incredibly versatile and unpredictable Pokemon. The chemical composition of Smeargle's tail fluid is highly adaptable, allowing it to take on the properties of various pigments and even mimic the energy signatures of different elemental attacks, a truly remarkable biological phenomenon. The territorial marking behavior of Smeargle involves creating elaborate murals and graffiti, not only for aesthetic purposes, but also to establish boundaries and communicate with other Smeargle or even rival Pokemon. The social interactions within Smeargle communities are often centered around artistic expression, with individuals showcasing their unique styles and techniques, fostering a vibrant creative culture. The dietary requirements of Smeargle are quite varied, including berries, nuts, and small insects, allowing it to thrive in diverse environments where art supplies, or rather sustenance, can be found. The evolutionary pathway of Smeargle is unique in that it does not evolve into a stronger form directly, but rather evolves its moveset through the act of sketching, making it a master of adaptability. The communication methods of Smeargle involve not only its artistic expressions, but also a series of playful barks and gestures, conveying a range of emotions and intentions. Tyrogue, a spirited fighting type Pokemon, embodies the principle of potential, with its future evolution determined by its innate physical attributes and the training it receives. The intense training regimens undertaken by Tyrogue involve rigorous physical exercises that develop its strength, speed, and agility, preparing it for its destined evolutionary path. The social dynamics among Tyrogue in a training dojo are often competitive, with individuals striving to outperform each other, fostering a strong sense of discipline and self improvement. The dietary requirements of Tyrogue are high in protein and carbohydrates, fueling its intense physical activity and promoting muscle growth, essential for its development. The subtle differences in Tyrogue's physical stats, attack, defense, and speed, are critical determinants of whether it will evolve into Hitmonlee, Hitmonchan, or Hitmontop, highlighting the importance of balanced development. The communication methods of Tyrogue involve a series of grunts, shouts, and martial arts poses, conveying its determination and readiness for battle. The impact of Tyrogue's training on its environment can be seen in the worn down training grounds and the occasional broken sparring dummies, testament to its tireless dedication. Hitmontop, a master of rotational combat, utilizes its head spinning techniques to deliver a barrage of unpredictable attacks, making it a formidable opponent in the arena. The unique gyroscopic balance of Hitmontop allows it to spin at incredible speeds without losing stability, a feat of biomechanical engineering that enables its distinctive fighting style. The training methods employed by Hitmontop involve continuous practice of its spinning techniques, developing not only physical strength, but also an acute sense of balance and spatial awareness. The social interactions among Hitmontop are often characterized by respectful sparring matches, where individuals test their skills and learn from each other, fostering a culture of continuous improvement. The dietary needs of Hitmontop are geared towards maintaining its high energy levels, including a balance of proteins, carbohydrates, and healthy fats to support its rigorous training and combat. The complex footwork and evasive maneuvers of Hitmontop make it incredibly difficult to hit, allowing it to outmaneuver opponents and exploit openings with precision. The communication methods of Hitmontop involve a series of rhythmic taps and spins, conveying its mood and intentions, a silent language understood by its peers. The environmental impact of Hitmontop's training can be observed in the circular patterns etched into the ground, evidence of its relentless pursuit of perfection. Elekid, a spirited electric type Pokémon, represents the raw, untamed energy of electricity, often found in areas with strong electrical currents, drawn to power sources like moths to a flame. The unique electrical properties of Elekid allow it to absorb and store electricity, using it to power its movements and discharge powerful electric attacks, a natural capacitor. The playful yet sometimes mischievous nature of Elekid is often expressed through harmless electrical shocks, a form of communication and an indicator of its mood. The dietary preferences of Elekid involve consuming minerals rich in conductive properties, which further enhance its ability to generate and store electricity, a specialized diet for an electric being. The social interactions among Elekid often involve playful static electricity battles, a way for them to test their strength and establish dominance within their group, an electric dance. The communication methods of Elekid include a series of crackles, hums, and static discharges, conveying its emotions and intentions to others of its kind, an electrical symphony. The impact of Elekid on its environment can be seen in the occasional power fluctuations in areas where they gather, a testament to their inherent electrical nature. Magby, a fiery pre-evolution of Magmar, embodies the intense heat and volcanic power of its habitat, often found near active volcanoes and lava flows. The unique thermal properties of Magby allow it to withstand extreme temperatures and even thrive in environments that would be lethal to most other Pokémon, a creature forged in fire. The playful yet sometimes destructive nature of Magby is often expressed through bursts of flame, a natural defense mechanism and a sign of its energetic spirit. The dietary preferences of Magby involve consuming volcanic ash and minerals, which are rich in elements that fuel its internal flame. a diet of fire-forged nutrients. The social interactions among Magby often involve playful fire-breathing contests, a way for them to establish their prowess and bond with their peers, a fiery display. The communication methods of Magby include a series of growls, snorts, and bursts of flame, conveying its emotions and intentions, a language of heat and light. The impact of Magby on its environment can be seen in the scorched earth and smoldering rocks in areas where they reside, indicators of their fiery presence. Smoochum, a charming ice-type Pokémon, embodies the delicate beauty and chilling embrace of winter, often found in cold, snowy regions. The unique thermal properties of Smoochum allow it to maintain a stable body temperature even in freezing environments, making it perfectly adapted to its icy habitat, a living snowflake. The affectionate yet sometimes demanding nature of Smoochum is often expressed through gentle pecks and icy kisses, a form of endearment and a way of communicating its desires. The dietary preferences of Smoochum involve consuming frost-covered berries and icicles, which provide the essential nutrients needed to fuel its growth and maintain its icy powers, a diet of crystallized treats. The social interactions among Smoochum often involve playful snowball fights and synchronized ice dances, a way for them to express joy and bond with their peers, a winter ballet. The communication methods of Smoochum include a series of soft coos, hums, and blowing icy breaths, conveying its emotions and intentions, a whisper of winter. The impact of Smoochum on its environment can be seen in the delicate frost patterns and shimmering ice sculptures in areas where they play, artistic creations of their icy touch. Miltank, a serene, normal type Pokemon, embodies the gentle strength and nurturing spirit of the pastoral landscape, often found grazing peacefully in lush meadows. The unique physiological properties of Miltank allow it to produce highly nutritious milk, renowned for its restorative properties and a staple in many Pokemon centers, a natural dairy farm. The calm and docile nature of Miltank makes it a beloved companion, often sought after for its gentle demeanor and comforting presence, a living lullaby. The dietary preferences of Miltank involve consuming vast quantities of fresh grasses and herbs, which contribute to the richness and quality of its milk, a diet of verdant goodness. The social dynamics among Miltank are often characterized by a strong herd mentality, with individuals looking out for one another, especially the younger ones, fostering a sense of community and protection. The communication methods of Miltank include a series of gentle moos, snorts, and tail swishes, conveying its contentment, distress, or warning to its herd, a language of the fields. The impact of Miltank on its environment can be seen in the well-maintained pastures and the enriched soil, a testament to its natural grazing patterns and contributions to ecological balance. Blissey, a benevolent normal-type Pokemon, embodies unconditional love and profound healing, often found assisting nurses in Pokemon centers, radiating an aura of comfort. The unique physiological properties of Blissey allow it to sense the emotions of others, particularly sadness or pain, and its touch can alleviate suffering, a living balm. The compassionate and empathetic nature of Blissey makes it an invaluable asset in healthcare settings, offering solace and recovery to both Pokemon and humans, a beacon of hope. The dietary preferences of Blissey involve consuming nutrient-rich berries and soothing herbs, which contribute to its healing abilities and maintain its gentle disposition, a diet of restorative flora. The social interactions among Blissey are often characterized by acts of kindness and mutual support, working together to create a nurturing environment, a sisterhood of solace. The communication methods of Blissey include a series of soft chirps, gentle hums, and comforting pats, conveying its understanding and offering reassurance, a silent promise of care. The impact of Blissey on its environment can be seen in the improved well being of those around it, transforming places of distress into havens of peace and recovery. Raikou, a majestic electric type legendary Pokemon, embodies the swift and powerful force of lightning, said to be born from a lightning strike and always on the move, a storm given form. The unique electrical properties of Raikou allow it to generate immense electrical charges, capable of striking down foes with blinding speed and power, a living thunderbolt. The proud and independent nature of Raikou makes it a solitary wanderer, often appearing in areas experiencing intense electrical storms, a harbinger of tempest. The dietary preferences of Raikou involve absorbing ambient electrical energy directly from the atmosphere, drawing power from lightning bolts and geomagnetic fields, a diet of pure energy. The social interactions of Raikou are rarely observed as it prefers to roam alone, but when it does encounter other legendary beasts, a silent acknowledgement of their shared power may occur, a meeting of titans. The communication methods of Raikou include a series of booming roars, crackling static, and dazzling flashes of light, conveying its immense power and presence, a voice of the storm. The impact of Raikou on its environment can be seen in the temporary surges of electrical power in its wake and the heightened atmospheric electricity, a reminder of its passage. Entei, a valiant fire-type legendary Pokemon, embodies the ferocious power of volcanoes and magma, rumored to be born from a volcanic eruption and constantly searching for new lands, a spirit of the Earth's fiery core. The unique thermal properties of Entei allow it to generate intense heat, capable of igniting anything in its path and leaving scorched earth in its wake, a living inferno. The courageous and untamed nature of Entei makes it a solitary guardian, often appearing near active volcanoes or in areas where seismic activity is high, a protector of geological forces. The dietary preferences of Entei involve absorbing geothermal energy directly from the Earth's mantle, drawing sustenance from lava flows and subterranean heat vents, a diet of raw planetary power. The social interactions of Entei are rarely observed, as it prefers to roam alone, but when it does encounter other legendary beasts, a silent understanding of their shared purpose may pass between them, a communion of legends. The communication methods of Entei include a series of thunderous roars, billowing smoke, and fiery explosions, conveying its immense power and warnings, a voice of the Earth's fury. The impact of Entei on its environment can be seen in the temporary heating of the ground and the release of volcanic gases in its vicinity, a testament to its fiery presence. Suicune, a graceful water-type legendary Pokemon, embodies the purity and healing power of water, said to be born from pure spring water and capable of purifying polluted water, a living spring. The unique hydrological properties of Suicune allow it to walk on water and purify any contaminated liquid it touches, leaving behind crystal clear streams, a guardian of pristine waters. The serene and benevolent nature of Suicune makes it a wandering protector, often appearing near polluted lakes or rivers to restore their natural balance, a symbol of environmental restoration. The dietary preferences of Suicune involve absorbing purified water and essential minerals from pristine natural sources, maintaining its restorative powers in ethereal form, a diet of liquid purity. The social interactions of Suicune are rarely observed, as it prefers to roam alone, but when it does encounter other legendary beasts, a silent acknowledgement of their intertwined destinies may occur, a gathering of mythical beings. The communication methods of Suicune include a series of gentle murmurs, shimmering ripples, and ethereal glows, conveying its wisdom and tranquil presence, a whisper of the waters. The impact of Suicune on its environment can be seen in the revitalization of ecosystems and the restoration of polluted waterways, leaving a trail of renewed life and clarity. Larvitar, a robust ground just rock type Pokemon, embodies the raw strength of the earth, born deep within mountains and consuming vast quantities of soil, growing stronger with each bite, a living mountain. The unique geological properties of Larvitar allow it to withstand intense pressure and impacts, its rocky hide providing natural armor against external threats, a natural fortress. The determined yet sometimes clumsy nature of Larvitar is often expressed through its tireless digging and occasional tumbles, a reflection of its youthful energy and developing strength. The dietary preferences of Larvitar involve consuming entire mountainsides, digesting the earth to extract nutrients and grow its rocky shell, a diet of geological proportions. The social interactions among Larvitar often involve playful digging contests and mock battles, honing their skills and establishing their individual strengths within the group, an earthy camaraderie. The communication methods of Larvitar include a series of grunts, rumbling sounds, and small tremors, conveying its hunger, excitement, or determination, a language of the earth. The impact of Larvitar on its environment can be seen in the formation of new tunnels and caves, as well as the reshaping of rock formations, a testament to its geological activities. Pupitar, a formidable rock ground type Pokemon, represents the transitional stage of growth, encased in a hard, impenetrable shell, storing immense power for its final evolution, a chrysalis of rock. The unique defensive properties of Pupitar's shell make it almost impervious to external attacks, allowing it to safely undergo its metamorphosis, a living shield. The patient yet sometimes volatile nature of Pupitar is often expressed through its occasional bursts of stored energy, causing small tremors and unsettling its surroundings, a restless slumber. The dietary needs of Pupitar are minimal during this stage, as it primarily draws sustenance from the geological material it consumed as a Larvitar, a period of sustained energy. The social interactions of Pupitar are limited, as it remains largely immobile within its shell, but a subtle vibration or hum might indicate its awareness of nearby Pokemon, the silent presence. The communication methods of Pupitar involve a series of low rumbles and occasional energetic pulses emanating from its shell, conveying its internal state and impending evolution, a heartbeat of geological transformation. The impact of Pupitar on its environment is primarily localized, with its presence causing minor shifts in the earth due to its stored power, a static force. Tyranitar, a colossal rock dark type Pokemon, embodies the destructive power of nature, capable of leveling mountains and reshaping landscapes with its immense strength, a walking catastrophe. The unique geological powers of Tyranitar allow it to summon sandstorms and unleash devastating rock slides, altering the terrain to its advantage, a master of environmental manipulation. The formidable and territorial nature of Tyranitar makes it a solitary ruler of its domain, fiercely defending its territory against any perceived threats, a titan of its land. The dietary preferences of Tyranitar involve consuming massive quantities of minerals and geological formations, replenishing its immense strength and maintaining its rocky armor, a diet of raw earth. The social interactions of Tyranitar are rare and often aggressive, as it prefers to dominate its surroundings, but a grudging respect might be shown to other equally powerful Pokémon, a solitary monarch. The communication methods of Tyranitar include a series of earth shattering roars, ground shaking stomps, and the summoning of powerful sandstorms, conveying its dominance and territorial claims, a voice of geological might. The impact of Tyranitar on its environment is profound, creating new valleys and altering mountain ranges, a living force of geological change. Lugia, a majestic psychic flying type, legendary Pokemon, embodies the serene power of the sea, said to be the guardian of the oceans and capable of calming violent storms, a deep sea sovereign. The unique psychic abilities of Lugia allow it to control weather patterns and communicate telepathically with other Pokemon, a master of atmospheric and mental forces. The tranquil and elusive nature of Lugia makes it a solitary protector, residing deep within the ocean, only appearing when the balance of nature is severely threatened, a hidden guardian. The dietary preferences of Lugia involve absorbing ambient psychic energy from the ocean currents and consuming specialized marine organisms, maintaining its immense power and ethereal form, a diet of oceanic essence. The social interactions of Lugia are rarely observed, as it prefers to remain hidden, but it is known to have a deep connection with the legendary birds, forming a delicate balance of power, a symphony of elemental forces. The communication methods of Lugia include a series of melodic calls, shimmering psychic pulses, and subtle shifts in ocean currents, conveying its wisdom and profound influence, a song of the sea. The impact of Lugia on its environment can be seen in the calming of turbulent waters and the restoration of marine ecosystems, leaving a trail of tranquility and renewed life. Ho-Oh, a magnificent fire-flying type legendary Pokemon, embodies the vibrant power of life and rebirth, said to bring happiness to those who witness its rainbow-colored wings, a celestial phoenix. The unique mystical abilities of Ho-Oh allow it to revive the dead and purify those who are worthy, granting blessings and new beginnings, a bringer of renewal. The benevolent and elusive nature of Ho-Oh makes it a solitary wanderer, soaring high above the clouds, only appearing before those with pure hearts, a beacon of hope. The dietary preferences of Ho-Oh involve absorbing ambient light energy from the sun and consuming rare, mystical berries, maintaining its vibrant colors and life-giving powers, a diet of pure light. The social interactions of Ho-Oh are rarely observed, as it prefers to remain hidden, but it is known to have a deep connection with the legendary beasts, having revived them from the burning brass tower, a testament to its power. The communication methods of Ho-Oh include a series of ethereal calls, dazzling light displays, and the shimmering of its rainbow wings, conveying its blessings and profound presence, a melody of rebirth. The impact of Ho-Oh on its environment can be seen in the flourishing of life wherever it passes and the renewed hope in the hearts of those it encounters, leaving a legacy of joy and vitality. Celebi, an enigmatic psychic Johto grass-type mythical Pokémon, embodies the spirit of the forest and the flow of time, said to travel through time and bring forth lush greenery wherever it appears, a guardian of time. The unique temporal abilities of Celebi allow it to travel freely through past, present, and future, influencing the growth of forests and ensuring the balance of nature, a time traveling sprite. The playful and elusive nature of Celebi makes it a solitary protector of ancient forests, often appearing to those who seek to preserve nature's delicate balance, a whisper of the woods. The dietary preferences of Celebi involve absorbing ambient energy from ancient trees and consuming rare, time-infused berries, maintaining its temporal powers and rejuvenating forests, a diet of living history. The social interactions of Celebi are rarely observed, as it prefers to remain hidden within the fabric of time, but it is known to interact with other legendary Pokémon when the timeline is in danger, a silent protector. The communication methods of Celebi include a series of soft chimes, shimmering temporal distortions, and the sudden blossoming of flowers, conveying its presence and influence on time, a symphony of the ages. The impact of Celebi on its environment can be seen in the accelerated growth of plants and the restoration of damaged ecosystems, leaving a trail of vibrant life and renewed vitality. The intricate details of the ecosystems in Johto are often overlooked, with each Pokémon playing a vital role in maintaining the delicate balance, from the smallest bug to the largest legend. The geological formations of Johto tell a story of ancient volcanic activity, seismic shifts, and the slow erosion of time, creating diverse habitats for its unique Pokémon. The historical significance of Johto is deeply intertwined with its legendary Pokémon, their tales passed down through generations, shaping the culture and beliefs of its people. The architectural styles found in Johto reflect its rich history, from traditional Japanese-inspired temples to modern urban developments, a blend of past and present. The culinary traditions of Johto are influenced by its diverse Pokémon, with certain berries and ingredients found only in specific habitats, creating unique regional dishes. The artistic expressions of Johto are often inspired by its Pokémon, with intricate carvings, paintings, and tapestries depicting their legendary encounters and everyday lives. The language and dialects spoken in Johto have evolved over centuries, with regional variations influenced by local Pokémon and historical events, a tapestry of spoken word. The educational systems in Johto place a strong emphasis on understanding Pokémon behavior, ecology, and conservation, preparing future generations to coexist harmoniously with these creatures. The technological advancements in Johto are often driven by research into Pokémon abilities, leading to innovations in energy, medicine, and communication, integrating nature with progress. The spiritual beliefs of Johto's people are deeply rooted in their reverence for legendary Pokémon, considering them guardians and symbols of natural forces. The economic activities of Johto are closely tied to Pokémon, from farming and fishing to tourism and battle training, creating a vibrant and interconnected economy. The transportation networks in Johto, while modern, often incorporate elements that respect Pokémon habitats, such as elevated bridges and protected migratory paths. The legal frameworks in Johto include specific regulations for Pokémon ownership, care, and training, ensuring their well being and responsible interaction. The cultural festivals of Johto often feature Pokemon themed celebrations, honoring their historical significance and contributions to society. The environmental policies in Johto focus on sustainable practices and conservation efforts, protecting the diverse ecosystems and their Pokemon inhabitants. The medical practices in Johto have been greatly advanced by the study of Pokemon physiology and their natural healing abilities, leading to breakthroughs in both human and Pokemon healthcare. The scientific research conducted in Johto covers a vast array of fields, from Pokemon genetics and evolution to climate science and geological studies, expanding human knowledge. The philosophical thought in Johto often explores the relationship between humans and Pokemon, pondering their shared destiny and the ethical implications of their coexistence. The literary works of Johto include epic poems, folk tales, and scientific treatises, all contributing to the rich tapestry of Pokemon lore and understanding. The musical traditions of Johto draw inspiration from the sounds of the wild, incorporating the calls of various Pokemon into their melodies, creating a unique auditory experience that resonates deeply with the spirit of the region. Even the clothing worn by Johto's inhabitants often subtly reflects their connection to Pokemon, with patterns and colors inspired by local species, a quiet homage woven into everyday life. The martial arts practiced in Johto sometimes incorporate the movements and fighting styles observed in Pokemon, leading to unique and highly effective forms of self defense and athletic expression. The historical records of Johto, often meticulously preserved in ancient temples and archives, detail not just human events, but also significant Pokemon occurrences, such as migrations, legendary encounters, and the impact of powerful Pokemon on the landscape. The architectural elements seen in Johto's older buildings, such as specific roof designs or carvings, sometimes carry symbolic meanings related to specific Pokemon, believed to bring protection or good fortune to the inhabitants. The agricultural practices in Johto have been refined over centuries to work in harmony with the regional climate and the specific Pokemon that contribute to soil fertility or pest control, creating a sustainable and symbiotic farming system. The navigation methods used by sailors and travelers in Johto often rely on observing the behavior of flying and aquatic Pokemon, using their migratory patterns or feeding habits as natural guides across land and sea. The art of tea ceremony in Johto has specific variations that incorporate elements inspired by Pokemon, such as the use of certain berries for flavor or the design of teaware that reflects Pokemon aesthetics, a contemplative practice infused with nature. The traditional crafts of Johto, from pottery to weaving, frequently feature Pokemon motifs, demonstrating the pervasive influence of these creatures on the creative spirit of the region. The legal system in Johto, beyond ownership regulations, also includes specific protections for wild Pokemon habitats, ensuring that human development does not infringe upon their natural territories, a commitment to ecological balance. The folklore of Johto is rich with tales of mischievous Pokemon, benevolent spirits, and ancient legendary beings passed down through generations, shaping moral lessons and cultural values. The study of astronomy in Johto often connects celestial events with the behaviors and appearances of certain Pokemon, believing in a cosmic dance between the heavens and the creatures of their world. The development of new technologies in Johto often involves biomimicry, drawing inspiration from the unique abilities and structures of various Pokemon to solve human challenges, a testament to nature's ingenuity. The traditional medicine of Johto utilizes a wide array of Pokemon derived ingredients, carefully harvested and prepared to create remedies that have been proven effective over centuries of practice, a holistic approach to healing. The philosophical underpinnings of Johto society often emphasize the interconnectedness of all living things, viewing Pokemon not just as companions, but as integral parts of the natural order, deserving of respect and understanding. The educational curriculum in Johto includes mandatory field trips to various natural habitats, allowing students direct observation and interaction with wild Pokemon, fostering a deep appreciation for biodiversity from a young age. The construction techniques for bridges and other infrastructure in Johto are sometimes designed to accommodate Pokemon movement, such as allowing for safe passage underneath or creating dedicated crossing points, minimizing disruption. The ancient texts of Johto contain detailed descriptions of legendary Pokemon encounters, often serving as primary sources for modern researchers attempting to understand the history and scope of these powerful beings. The design of public parks and green spaces in Johto often incorporates features specifically intended to attract and support local Pokemon populations, turning urban areas into partial wildlife sanctuaries. The culinary festivals in Johto often feature competitions where chefs create dishes inspired by specific Pokemon, celebrating the diversity of regional ingredients and the creativity of Johto's gastronomic scene. The traditional sports of Johto, while sometimes involving human participants, frequently include Pokemon in various roles, from assisting in challenges to being the central focus of friendly competitions, a testament to their athletic capabilities. The study of meteorology in Johto often involves observing the behavior of certain Pokemon, whose reactions to atmospheric changes can sometimes serve as early indicators of impending weather events, a natural warning system. The ceremonial robes and garments worn during important Johto rituals often incorporate embroidery or patterns that symbolize legendary Pokemon, signifying protection, wisdom, or power. The development of sustainable energy sources in Johto has been influenced by research into the energy generation capabilities of certain electric type or fire type Pokemon seeking to harness natural power responsibly. The historical evolution of Johto's military strategies in ancient times sometimes involved the tactical deployment of specific Pokemon types, utilizing their unique strengths in defense and offense, a symbiotic form of warfare. The traditional music instruments of Johto sometimes mimic the sounds or shapes of certain Pokemon, believing that this connection enhances the spiritual and emotional resonance of the music. The preservation of ancient Pokemon fossils in Johto is a significant scientific endeavor, providing crucial insights into prehistoric ecosystems and the evolutionary lineage of modern Pokemon species. The architectural facades of many Johto buildings feature intricate carvings or mosaics depicting scenes of harmony between humans and Pokemon, reflecting a deeply ingrained cultural value. The practice of traditional storytelling in Johto often involves vivid descriptions of Pokemon abilities and interactions, serving not only as entertainment, but also as a means of transmitting ecological knowledge and moral lessons. The development of advanced communication technologies in Johto has been partially inspired by the telepathic or long range communication abilities observed in certain psychic type Pokemon, pushing the boundaries of connectivity. The ethical guidelines for Pokemon training and battling in Johto emphasize respect, fair play, and the well being of the Pokemon, reflecting a compassionate approach to competition. The traditional festivals celebrating the changing seasons in Johto often feature specific Pokemon associated with those periods, with rituals and offerings designed to honor their role in the natural cycle. The study of geology in Johto frequently involves examining the impact of ground type or rock type Pokemon on the landscape, understanding how their movements and abilities have shaped the region over millennia. The design of public transportation systems in Johto often includes dedicated spaces or features for Pokemon companions, recognizing their integral role in daily life and travel. The culinary arts in Johto have developed specific techniques for preparing Pokemon friendly meals, ensuring that companions receive nutritious and appropriate diets tailored to their individual needs. The traditional martial arts dojos in Johto sometimes have designated areas for Pokemon to observe or participate in training, fostering a sense of shared discipline and companionship. The ancient maps of Johto, often intricately drawn, frequently include notations about the territories of specific wild Pokemon, providing valuable historical ecological data. The creation of public art installations in Johto often draws inspiration from the beauty and diversity of local Pokemon, turning urban spaces into open air galleries that celebrate nature. The development of advanced medical diagnostics in Johto has been influenced by observing the sensory capabilities of certain Pokemon, such as their ability to detect subtle changes in health or environment, leading to innovative screening methods. The philosophical debates in Johto often revolve around the question of Pokemon sentience and rights, exploring the moral obligations humans have towards their powerful and intelligent companions. The traditional architecture of Johto's spiritual sites typically incorporates natural materials and designs that blend seamlessly with the surrounding environment, reflecting a reverence for nature and its Pokemon inhabitants. The educational curriculum in Johto includes advanced courses in Pokemon psychology and behavior, aiming to deepen understanding of their complex emotional lives and communication patterns. The advancements in sustainable agriculture in Johto are often a direct result of researching the symbiotic relationships between certain plant type Pokemon and crops, optimizing natural growth processes. The legal protections for endangered Pokemon species in Johto are exceptionally robust, reflecting a strong commitment to biodiversity and the preservation of the region's unique ecological heritage. The traditional storytelling of Johto often features heroic Pokemon figures alongside human protagonists, highlighting the collaborative spirit and mutual respect that defines their relationship. The development of new materials in Johto has sometimes been inspired by the unique properties of Pokemon bodily excretions or natural defenses, leading to innovations in textiles, ceramics, and other industries. The ancient astrological practices in Johto often associate certain constellations or planetary alignments with specific legendary Pokemon, believing these celestial bodies influence their appearances and powers. The design of recreational facilities in Johto frequently includes areas specifically tailored for Pokemon exercise and play, fostering physical activity and mental stimulation for both humans and their companions. The traditional musical compositions of Johto often mimic the natural rhythms and sounds of the wild, creating a sense of connection to the untamed beauty of the region and its Pokemon inhabitants. The meticulous record keeping of Pokemon lineages and breeding histories in Johto is a long standing tradition crucial for understanding genetic diversity and ensuring healthy populations. The philosophical schools of thought in Johto often encourage introspection and meditation, sometimes utilizing the calming presence of certain psychic or grass type Pokemon to aid in these practices, fostering inner peace. The development of advanced environmental monitoring systems in Johto has been influenced by observing the acute sensory abilities of certain Pokemon, allowing for more precise detection of pollution or ecological imbalances. The traditional ceremonies of Johto often include offerings and blessings directed towards local Pokemon, acknowledging their role in maintaining the balance of nature and the prosperity of the community. The construction of Johto's public infrastructure, such as roads and bridges, frequently incorporates materials sourced locally, minimizing environmental impact and supporting regional economies while also respecting Pokemon habitats. The historical accounts of ancient battles in Johto often detail the pivotal roles played by powerful Pokemon whose strategic deployment could turn the tide of conflict, a testament to their formidable capabilities. The traditional clothing of Johto sometimes features intricate embroidery or patterns depicting local flora and fauna, including specific Pokemon, symbolizing a deep connection to the natural world. The culinary traditions of Johto have a long history of utilizing specific Pokemon friendly cooking methods, ensuring that meals are both nutritious and appealing to their diverse companions, a testament to shared meal times. The development of sustainable forestry practices in Johto has been informed by research into the ecological roles of certain grass type and bug type Pokemon, understanding their contributions to forest health and regeneration. The legal frameworks in Johto include specific provisions for the rehabilitation and reintegration of injured or traumatized Pokemon, reflecting a strong commitment to their welfare and recovery. The traditional art forms of Johto, such as calligraphy and painting, often feature Pokemon as central subjects, capturing their grace, power, and unique characteristics with artistic skill. The educational emphasis in Johto extends to teaching conflict resolution techniques that can be applied to both human and Pokemon interactions, promoting peaceful coexistence. The archaeological discoveries in Johto have unearthed ancient artifacts depicting early human Pokemon partnerships, providing evidence of a long and intertwined history. The development of new medical treatments in Johto often involves collaborative research between human scientists and Pokemon healers, combining modern knowledge with ancient wisdom. The philosophical discourse in Johto frequently explores the concept of mutual evolution, considering how humans and Pokemon have shaped each other's development over countless generations. The traditional housing styles in Johto are sometimes designed to accommodate specific Pokemon companions, with dedicated spaces for nesting, foraging, or exercise, integrating them into the home environment. The advancements in renewable energy in Johto have been inspired by studying the natural energy processes within certain electric or fire type Pokemon, seeking to replicate and harness these sustainable sources. The historical records of Johto contain numerous accounts of Pokemon assisted rescue operations during natural disasters, highlighting their bravery and loyalty in times of crisis. The traditional music of Johto often includes instruments crafted from natural materials, believed to carry the essence of the environment and resonate with the spirits of local Pokemon. The legal system in Johto includes strict regulations against the abuse or neglect of Pokemon, with severe penalties reflecting the high value placed on their well being. The cultural practice of gift giving in Johto often includes items that are both meaningful to humans and beneficial to Pokemon, symbolizing the shared bond between them. The development of advanced agricultural tools in Johto has sometimes been influenced by observing the digging or cultivating behaviors of certain ground type or grass type Pokemon, leading to more efficient farming methods. The ancient rituals of Johto frequently involve dances and songs that mimic the movements and calls of specific Pokemon, fostering a sense of spiritual connection and respect for the wild. The philosophical view of time in Johto is often influenced by the long lifespans of certain legendary Pokemon, encouraging a perspective that transcends immediate human concerns and embraces a broader ecological timescale. The educational system in Johto encourages interdisciplinary studies that combine Pokemon biology with fields like linguistics to better understand Pokemon communication and with sociology to analyze their social structures. The technological innovation in Johto extends to developing ethical and safe ways to interact with and study even the most powerful and dangerous Pokemon, prioritizing both human safety and Pokemon well being. The traditional festivals celebrating the harvest in Johto often feature Pokemon that are associated with fertility and abundance, with communal feasts that share the bounty of the land with both humans and their Pokemon companions. The study of fluid dynamics in Johto has been influenced by observing the movements and abilities of various water type and flying type Pokemon, leading to advancements in hydrodynamics and aerodynamics. The historical writings of Johto often include detailed ethnographies of different Pokemon species, describing their social behaviors, dietary habits, and unique ecological roles, a comprehensive natural history. The design of public transportation hubs in Johto frequently integrates green spaces and natural elements, creating a more calming and Pokemon friendly environment for travelers. The advancements in human prosthetic technology in Johto have sometimes been inspired by the regenerative abilities observed in certain Pokemon, pushing the boundaries of biological repair and enhancement. The philosophical concept of balance in Johto is often linked to the intricate relationships within ecosystems, where every Pokemon plays a crucial role in maintaining ecological harmony. The traditional crafts of Johto, such as textile weaving, often incorporate natural dyes derived from plants and minerals found in Pokemon habitats, reflecting a deep connection to the local environment. The legal frameworks in Johto include specific guidelines for responsible Pokemon breeding, aiming to maintain genetic diversity and prevent the spread of undesirable traits, ensuring the health of future generations. The ancient temples of Johto often contain murals and carvings depicting the earliest interactions between humans and Pokemon, illustrating a shared history of reverence and cooperation. The development of sustainable fishing practices in Johto has been informed by research into the migratory patterns and breeding cycles of water type Pokemon, ensuring the long term health of marine ecosystems. The traditional music of Johto often evokes a sense of wonder and awe towards the natural world, with melodies that echo the vastness of the landscapes and the mysterious power of its legendary Pokemon. The educational institutions in Johto collaborate closely with Pokemon research facilities, providing students with hands on experience in cutting edge scientific investigations, preparing them for future discoveries. The advancements in urban planning in Johto frequently incorporate principles of ecological design, ensuring that human settlements coexist harmoniously with surrounding Pokemon habitats, minimizing disruption and maximizing shared green spaces. The historical archives of Johto preserve not just government documents, but also personal diaries and letters that offer intimate glimpses into the daily lives of people and their Pokemon companions, revealing the depth of their bonds. The traditional architecture of Johto's rural villages often utilizes construction methods that are minimally invasive to the surrounding environment, preserving natural landscapes and Pokemon territories. The culinary innovations in Johto sometimes involve developing new methods for cultivating rare berries and ingredients, often with the assistance of specific grass type Pokemon, enhancing the regional food landscape. The development of advanced climate modeling in Johto has been influenced by observing the nuanced reactions of various Pokemon species to subtle environmental changes, providing valuable data for predicting weather patterns. The philosophical consideration of legacy in Johto often revolves around the idea of stewardship, emphasizing the responsibility of current generations to protect both human and Pokemon heritage for the future. The legal system in Johto includes provisions for the protection of Pokemon intellectual property, recognizing the unique abilities and contributions of certain species to technological and cultural advancements. The traditional festivals of Johto often feature elaborate parades where participants dress as various Pokemon, celebrating the diversity and spirit of the region's native creatures. The study of ancient Johto languages often involves analyzing inscriptions that depict Pokemon, believing that their visual representation can offer clues to the meaning of forgotten words and symbols, a Rosetta Stone of nature. The development of new pharmaceuticals in Johto has been significantly aided by research into the bioactive compounds found in certain Pokemon, leading to breakthroughs in both human and Pokemon medicine, a shared quest for health. The historical narratives of Johto are replete with stories of individuals who formed extraordinary bonds with Pokemon, achieving feats that would be impossible alone, demonstrating the power of partnership. The traditional performing arts of Johto frequently incorporate Pokemon into their narratives, using their unique abilities and personalities to convey complex emotions and stories, a living tapestry of shared experiences. The educational emphasis in Johto includes comprehensive training in Pokemon first aid and emergency response, ensuring that citizens are prepared to assist injured or distressed Pokemon in the wild. The advancements in communication technology in Johto have explored using the natural biosignals of certain psychic or electric type Pokemon to enhance data transmission and network security, blurring the lines between nature and innovation. The philosophical discussions in Johto often delve into the moral implications of Pokemon evolution, pondering the nature of transformation and the meaning of strength gained through companionship and experience. The traditional architecture of Johto's dojos often incorporates elements that symbolize the strength and discipline found in fighting type Pokemon, inspiring diligence and perseverance. The legal frameworks in Johto include specific regulations for the ethical collection and conservation of rare Pokemon specimens for scientific study, ensuring that research contributes to preservation rather than depletion. The ancient maps of Johto sometimes include not just geographical features, but also spiritual landmarks associated with legendary Pokemon, marking sites of profound cultural and historical significance. The development of sustainable waste management systems in Johto has been informed by observing the natural decomposition processes facilitated by certain bug type or poison type Pokemon, creating eco friendly solutions. The traditional music of Johto often features intricate harmonies that evoke the diverse soundscape of the region, from the rustling of leaves in forests to the crashing of waves on the coast, all interwoven with the myriad calls of Pokemon. The educational curriculum in Johto emphasizes the importance of understanding Pokemon nonverbal communication, teaching students to interpret body language, vocalizations, and environmental cues to better understand their companions. The advancements in robotics in Johto have sometimes been inspired by the intricate biomechanics of various Pokemon, leading to the creation of highly agile and adaptable machines that mimic nature's engineering. The philosophical concept of destiny in Johto is often intertwined with the idea of a trainer's journey, where both human and Pokemon grow and evolve together, fulfilling their potential through shared trials and triumphs. The historical records of Johto include comprehensive census data on Pokemon populations in different regions, providing invaluable information for ecological studies and conservation efforts over centuries. The traditional festivals celebrating the changing seasons in Johto often feature Pokemon associated with renewal, growth, or dormancy, with rituals that acknowledge their role in the cyclical nature of life. The legal system in Johto includes provisions for the protection of Pokemon as cultural heritage, recognizing their intrinsic value beyond their practical uses and their deep significance to the region's identity. The ancient Johto legends often speak of a time when communication between humans and Pokemon was more direct, hinting at a primordial connection that modern society strives to rediscover and understand. The development of innovative architectural solutions in Johto has sometimes involved studying the natural structures created by certain bug type or rock type Pokemon, leading to more resilient and energy efficient building designs. The philosophical inquiries in Johto often explore the nature of power and responsibility, particularly concerning the ethical implications of training and commanding creatures with immense natural abilities, a constant reflection on stewardship. The educational curriculum in Johto also incorporates extensive training in emergency preparedness, including specific protocols for responding to natural disasters like earthquakes or volcanic eruptions, often involving the coordinated efforts of Pokemon with abilities like Dig or Water Gun for mitigation and rescue. The historical evolution of Pokemon battling in Johto reveals a gradual shift from purely survival based encounters to a more formalized and sports like competitive structure, with an emphasis on strategy, compassion, and the bond between trainer and Pokemon. The traditional craft of pottery in Johto often incorporates patterns and glazes inspired by the natural markings and coloration of various ground type or rock type Pokemon, creating pieces that are both functional and deeply symbolic of the region's earthy connections. The legal frameworks in Johto include specific regulations for the care and treatment of retired or injured Pokemon, ensuring that their later years are spent in comfort and dignity, often in dedicated sanctuaries or with loving families. The ancient maps of Johto sometimes detail not just physical pathways, but also migratory routes of flying or water dwelling Pokemon, crucial information for understanding ecosystems and anticipating seasonal changes. The development of advanced agricultural techniques in Johto has sometimes involved observing the symbiotic relationships between certain grass type Pokemon and cultivated plants, leading to more sustainable and productive farming practices that reduce the need for artificial interventions. The traditional storytelling of Johto often uses Pokemon as allegorical figures, teaching moral lessons about courage, perseverance, and the importance of harmony within the natural world, stories passed down through generations. The educational curriculum in Johto emphasizes practical skills in Pokemon care, including nutrition, first aid, and behavioral training, ensuring that future generations are well equipped to be responsible and knowledgeable Pokemon companions. The advancements in textile production in Johto have sometimes been inspired by the natural fibers produced by certain bug type or grass type Pokemon, leading to the creation of incredibly durable, lightweight, and sometimes even self repairing fabrics. The philosophical concept of balance in Johto is deeply rooted in the interplay between opposing forces, such as day and night, land and sea, growth and decay, often personified by legendary Pokemon whose actions maintain cosmic equilibrium. The historical records of Johto reveal a fascinating pattern of human settlement, often following the natural distribution of certain resource rich Pokemon habitats, demonstrating how early communities adapted to and utilized the regional fauna. The traditional festivals celebrating the harvest in Johto often feature Pokemon associated with fertility and abundance, with rituals expressing gratitude for the bounty of the land and prayers for continued prosperity. The legal system in Johto includes strict regulations against the unauthorized genetic manipulation of Pokemon, ensuring the integrity of natural species and preventing the creation of potentially unstable or harmful variants. The ancient Johto legends often speak of powerful psychics who could communicate telepathically with Pokemon over vast distances, hinting at a forgotten era of profound mental connection and understanding. The development of sophisticated weather forecasting systems in Johto has sometimes involved studying the behavioral patterns of certain flying type or electric type Pokemon, whose heightened sensitivity to atmospheric changes can predict storms or shifts in climate with remarkable accuracy. The philosophical inquiries in Johto often delve into the nature of consciousness in Pokemon, pondering their capacity for complex emotions, problem solving, and individual personality, moving beyond mere instinct. The educational curriculum in Johto also offers specialized programs in Pokemon archaeology, training experts to uncover and interpret ancient artifacts related to Pokemon, shedding light on their historical roles and interactions with humans. The historical evolution of medicine in Johto shows a strong reliance on natural remedies derived from plants and Pokemon produced substances, with traditional healers developing intricate pharmacopoeias over centuries, which later influenced modern pharmacology. The traditional craft of basket weaving in Johto often uses materials gathered from areas frequented by grass type Pokemon, with designs often reflecting the intricate patterns found in their natural habitats, a testament to subtle observation. The legal frameworks in Johto include specific provisions for the protection of critical Pokemon breeding grounds and migratory paths, recognizing their importance for the health and sustainability of entire ecosystems. The ancient maps of Johto sometimes mark not just geographical features, but also areas known for unusual meteorological phenomena, often linked to the presence of specific weather altering Pokemon or legendary entities. The development of advanced navigation techniques in Johto has sometimes involved observing the innate directional sense of certain flying type or psychic type Pokemon, leading to the creation of more reliable and precise navigational tools that mimic their natural abilities. The traditional music of Johto often incorporates the distinct calls and vocalizations of various Pokemon, weaving them into melodies and rhythms that create a unique regional soundscape, a harmonious blend of human artistry and natural expression. The educational curriculum in Johto emphasizes the importance of understanding Pokemon ecology, teaching students about food chains, habitat requirements, and the delicate balance of ecosystems, fostering a deep respect for the natural world. The advancements in material science in Johto have sometimes been inspired by the natural armor or protective coatings of certain steel type or rock type Pokemon, leading to the development of incredibly durable and lightweight alloys. The philosophical concept of change and transformation in Johto is often linked to the process of Pokemon evolution, symbolizing personal growth, adaptation, and the continuous journey of self discovery for both trainer and companion. The historical records of Johto include detailed accounts of significant Pokemon outbreaks or migrations, providing valuable data for understanding population dynamics and predicting future ecological events, crucial for preventative measures. The traditional festivals celebrating the equinoxes in Johto often feature Pokemon associated with light and shadow, growth and dormancy, with rituals that honor the balance and transition between different phases of the year, marking cosmic harmony. The legal system in Johto includes specific regulations for the ethical use of Pokemon in scientific experiments, ensuring that research prioritizes their well being and contributes meaningfully to knowledge rather than causing undue harm. The ancient Johto legends often speak of a language of the heart, a form of nonverbal communication between humans and Pokemon based on empathy and understanding, suggesting a deeper connection beyond words. The development of innovative communication technologies in Johto has sometimes involved studying the complex vocalizations and signaling methods of certain electric type or psychic type Pokemon, leading to more efficient and secure transmission systems. The philosophical inquiries in Johto often explore the ethical implications of Pokemon domestication, pondering the line between companionship and control, and striving for a relationship based on mutual respect and freedom. The educational curriculum in Johto also offers specialized courses in Pokemon linguistics, focusing on deciphering the complex vocalizations, gestures, and body language of various species, aiming to bridge the communication gap. The historical evolution of architecture in Johto shows a strong influence from the natural shapes and structures created by rock type or ground type Pokemon, with many traditional buildings designed to blend seamlessly into the landscape and withstand natural forces. The traditional craft of weaving rugs and tapestries in Johto often uses patterns inspired by the intricate markings and textures found on various grass type or bug type Pokemon, creating decorative pieces that reflect specific natural motifs. The legal frameworks in Johto include specific provisions for the conservation of endangered Pokemon species, implementing breeding programs, habitat restoration, and strict anti poaching measures to protect vulnerable populations. The ancient maps of Johto sometimes detail not just physical locations, but also spiritual energy currents or ley lines, often believed to be pathways for legendary Pokemon or sources of significant power. The development of advanced energy generation techniques in Johto has sometimes involved observing the natural electrical properties of certain electric type Pokemon or the thermal output of fire type Pokemon, leading to more efficient and environmentally friendly power sources. The traditional storytelling of Johto often features epic journeys undertaken by trainers and their Pokemon, highlighting themes of bravery, friendship, and the discovery of inner strength, tales that inspire generations. The educational curriculum in Johto emphasizes critical thinking and problem solving skills, often through challenges that require trainers to understand their Pokemon's unique abilities and how they can be applied creatively to overcome obstacles. The advancements in medical technology in Johto have sometimes been inspired by the natural healing capabilities of certain grass type or fairy type Pokemon, leading to the development of innovative treatments and restorative therapies. The philosophical concept of legacy in Johto is often intertwined with the idea of passing on knowledge and values to future generations, ensuring that the wisdom accumulated through shared experiences with Pokemon continues to enrich society. The historical records of Johto reveal a fascinating interplay between cultural development and the availability of specific Pokemon resources, demonstrating how human societies adapted to and were shaped by the regional fauna. The traditional festivals celebrating the solstices in Johto often feature Pokemon associated with the extremes of light and darkness, with rituals that acknowledge the cyclical rhythm of the year and the forces that govern it. The legal system in Johto includes strict regulations against the abuse or neglect of Pokemon, with severe penalties for those who cause harm or suffering to their companions, reflecting a deep societal value for their welfare. The ancient Johto legends often speak of specific individuals who possessed an extraordinary ability to form unbreakable bonds with Pokemon, hinting at a rare and profound empathy that allowed for unparalleled understanding. The development of innovative transportation systems in Johto has sometimes involved studying the natural locomotion of various Pokemon, leading to the creation of vehicles that are more efficient, agile, and adapted to diverse terrains. The philosophical inquiries in Johto often explore the concept of interdependence, recognizing that humans and Pokemon are part of a larger interconnected web of life, where the well being of one affects the other. The educational curriculum in Johto also offers specialized training in Pokemon psychology, helping aspiring trainers understand the emotional states, motivations, and learning patterns of different Pokemon species, fostering healthier relationships. The historical evolution of art in Johto shows a strong and continuous inspiration from the diverse forms, colors, and behaviors of Pokemon, with countless masterpieces depicting their majesty, grace, and power across various mediums. The traditional craft of metalworking in Johto often incorporates designs inspired by the natural patterns found on steel type or rock type Pokemon, creating intricate pieces that reflect both strength and artistry. The legal frameworks in Johto include specific provisions for the protection of Pokemon trainers' rights, ensuring fair treatment and support in their journey to raise and battle their Pokemon responsibly. The ancient maps of Johto sometimes mark not just physical landmarks, but also areas of high spiritual significance, often sites where legendary encounters or profound transformations are believed to have occurred. The development of advanced communication networks in Johto has sometimes involved observing the natural signaling abilities of certain psychic type or electric type Pokemon, leading to more efficient and reliable data transmission systems. The traditional music of Johto often features intricate compositions that evoke the vastness of the region's landscapes, from soaring mountains to tranquil seas, imbued with the calls of the many Pokemon inhabiting these spaces, creating a rich auditory tapestry. The educational curriculum in Johto emphasizes the importance of environmental conservation, teaching students about the impact of human activities on Pokemon habitats and promoting sustainable practices to protect biodiversity. The advancements in robotics in Johto have sometimes been inspired by the natural agility and specialized movements of various Pokemon, leading to the creation of highly adaptable and efficient robotic assistants. The philosophical concept of empathy in Johto is seen as a cornerstone of the trainer Pokemon bond, emphasizing the ability to understand and share the feelings of one's Pokemon, fostering a deep and meaningful connection. The historical records of Johto include detailed ethnographies of different human tribes and their unique relationships with specific Pokemon species, shedding light on the diverse cultural practices and beliefs of the past. The traditional festivals celebrating lunar cycles in Johto often feature Pokemon associated with the night, dreams, or psychic abilities, with rituals that honor the mysteries of the moon and its subtle influence on life. The legal system in Johto includes specific regulations for the responsible display and public interaction with Pokemon, ensuring their welfare and preventing exploitation in entertainment or exhibition settings. The ancient Johto legends often speak of individuals chosen by legendary Pokemon to undertake significant quests, hinting at a symbiotic relationship between powerful forces and those deemed worthy to assist them. The development of innovative material recycling programs in Johto has sometimes involved studying the natural processes of decomposition and resource utilization by certain bug type or grass type Pokemon, leading to more efficient and eco friendly waste management solutions. The philosophical inquiries in Johto often delve into the nature of courage and fear, observing how Pokemon and humans overcome their anxieties through shared experiences, evolving stronger together. The educational curriculum in Johto also offers specialized programs in Pokemon horsemanship, training individuals to ride and partner with specific large Pokemon for travel, work, or competitive sports, mastering unique forms of locomotion. The historical evolution of fashion in Johto shows a persistent trend of incorporating Pokemon inspired motifs, colors, and textures into clothing and accessories, reflecting a deep cultural appreciation for their aesthetic diversity. The traditional craft of woodworking in Johto often utilizes timber from forests inhabited by grass type Pokemon, with designs frequently inspired by the intricate patterns of leaves, bark, or natural growth forms, connecting art to nature. The legal frameworks in Johto include specific provisions for the ethical collection and conservation of rare Pokemon specimens for scientific study, ensuring that research contributes to preservation rather than depletion. The ancient maps of Johto sometimes include not just geographical features, but also spiritual landmarks associated with legendary Pokemon, marking sites of profound cultural and historical significance. The development of sustainable waste management systems in Johto has been informed by observing the natural decomposition processes facilitated by certain bug type or poison type Pokemon, creating eco friendly solutions. The traditional music of Johto often features intricate harmonies that evoke the diverse soundscape of the region, from the rustling of leaves in forests to the crashing of waves on the coast, all interwoven with the myriad calls of Pokemon. The educational curriculum in Johto emphasizes the importance of understanding Pokemon nonverbal communication, teaching students to interpret body language, vocalizations, and environmental cues to better understand their companions. The advancements in robotics in Johto have sometimes been inspired by the intricate biomechanics of various Pokemon, leading to the creation of highly agile and adaptable machines that mimic nature's engineering. The philosophical concept of destiny in Johto is often intertwined with the idea of a trainer's journey, where both human and Pokemon grow and evolve together, fulfilling their potential through shared trials and triumphs. The historical records of Johto include comprehensive census data on Pokemon populations in different regions, providing invaluable information for ecological studies and conservation efforts over centuries. The traditional festivals celebrating the changing seasons in Johto often feature Pokemon associated with renewal, growth, or dormancy, with rituals that acknowledge their role in the cyclical nature of life. The legal system in Johto includes provisions for the protection of Pokemon as cultural heritage, recognizing their intrinsic value beyond their practical uses and their deep significance to the region's identity. The ancient Johto legends often speak of a time when communication between humans and Pokemon was more direct, hinting at a primordial connection that modern society strives to rediscover and understand. The development of innovative architectural solutions in Johto has sometimes involved studying the natural structures created by certain bug type or rock type Pokemon, leading to more resilient and energy efficient building designs. The philosophical inquiries in Johto often explore the nature of power and responsibility, particularly concerning the ethical implications of training and commanding creatures with immense natural abilities, a constant reflection on stewardship. The educational curriculum in Johto also incorporates extensive training in emergency preparedness, including specific protocols for responding to natural disasters like earthquakes or volcanic eruptions, often involving the coordinated efforts of Pokemon with abilities like Dig or Water Gun for mitigation and rescue. The historical evolution of Pokemon battling in Johto reveals a gradual shift from purely survival based encounters to a more formalized and sports like competitive structure, with an emphasis on strategy, compassion, and the bond between trainer and Pokemon. The traditional craft of pottery in Johto often incorporates patterns and glazes inspired by the natural markings and coloration of various ground type or rock type Pokemon, creating pieces that are both functional and deeply symbolic of the region's earthy connections. The legal frameworks in JOTS include specific regulations for the care and treatment of retired or injured Pokemon, ensuring that their later years are spent in comfort and dignity, often in dedicated sanctuaries or with loving families. The ancient maps of Johto sometimes detail not just physical pathways, but also migratory routes of flying or water dwelling Pokemon, crucial information for understanding ecosystems and anticipating seasonal changes. The development of advanced agricultural techniques in Johto has sometimes involved observing the symbiotic relationships between certain grass type Pokemon and cultivated plants, leading to more sustainable and productive farming practices that reduce the need for artificial interventions. The traditional storytelling of Johto often uses Pokemon as allegorical figures, teaching moral lessons about courage, perseverance, and the importance of harmony within the natural world, stories passed down through generations. The educational curriculum in Johto emphasizes practical skills in Pokemon care, including nutrition, first aid, and behavioral training, ensuring that future generations are well equipped to be responsible and knowledgeable Pokemon companions. The advancements in textile production in Johto have sometimes been inspired by the natural fibers produced by certain bug type or grass type Pokemon, leading to the creation of incredibly durable, lightweight, and sometimes even self repairing fabrics. The philosophical concept of balance in Johto is deeply rooted in the interplay between opposing forces such as day and night, land and sea, growth and decay, often personified by legendary Pokemon whose actions maintain cosmic equilibrium. The historical records of Johto reveal a fascinating pattern of human settlement, often following the natural distribution of certain resource rich Pokemon habitats, demonstrating how early communities adapted to and utilized the regional fauna. The traditional festivals celebrating the harvest in Johto often feature Pokemon associated with fertility and abundance, with rituals expressing gratitude for the bounty of the land and prayers for continued prosperity. The legal system in Johto includes strict regulations against the unauthorized genetic manipulation of Pokemon, ensuring the integrity of natural species and preventing the creation of potentially unstable or harmful variants. The ancient Johto legends often speak of powerful psychics who could communicate telepathically with Pokemon over vast distances, hinting at a forgotten era of profound mental connection and understanding. The development of sophisticated weather forecasting systems in Johto has sometimes involved studying the behavioral patterns of certain flying type or electric type Pokemon whose heightened sensitivity to atmospheric changes can predict storms or shifts in climate with remarkable accuracy. The philosophical inquiries in Johto often delve into the nature of consciousness in Pokemon, pondering their capacity for complex emotions, problem solving, and individual personality, moving beyond mere instinct. The educational curriculum in Johto also offers specialized programs in Pokemon archaeology, training experts to uncover and interpret ancient artifacts related to Pokemon, shedding light on their historical roles and interactions with humans. The historical evolution of medicine in Johto shows a strong reliance on natural remedies derived from plants and Pokemon produced substances, with traditional healers developing intricate pharmacopoeias over centuries, which later influenced modern pharmacology. The traditional craft of basket weaving in Johto often uses materials gathered from areas frequented by grass type Pokemon, with designs often reflecting the intricate patterns found in their natural habitats, a testament to subtle observation. The legal frameworks in Johto include specific provisions for the protection of critical Pokemon breeding grounds and migratory paths, recognizing their importance for the health and sustainability of entire ecosystems. The ancient maps of Johto sometimes mark not just physical pathways, but also areas known for unusual meteorological phenomena, often linked to the presence of specific weather altering Pokemon or legendary entities. The development of advanced navigation techniques in Johto has sometimes involved observing the innate directional sense of certain flying type or psychic type Pokemon, leading to the creation of more reliable and precise navigational tools that mimic their natural abilities. The traditional music of Johto often incorporates the distinct calls and vocalizations of various Pokemon, weaving them into melodies and rhythms that create a unique regional soundscape, a harmonious blend of human artistry and natural expression. The educational curriculum in Johto emphasizes the importance of understanding Pokemon ecology, teaching students about food chains, habitat requirements, and the delicate balance of ecosystems, fostering a deep respect for the natural world. The advancements in material science in Johto have sometimes been inspired by the natural armor or protective coatings of certain steel type or rock type Pokemon, leading to the development of incredibly durable and lightweight alloys. The philosophical concept of change and transformation in Johto is deeply intertwined with the life cycles of Pokemon that undergo significant metamorphosis, such as Caterpie evolving into Butterfree, or the subtle yet profound shifts seen in Eevee's various evolutionary forms, symbolizing the potential for growth and renewal inherent in all living things. The historical records of Johto reveal instances where communities attributed natural disasters, like volcanic eruptions or severe droughts, to the displeasure of powerful legendary Pokemon, prompting rituals and offerings to appease them, showcasing a primal reverence for nature's might. The agricultural practices in Johto have long incorporated the aid of certain grass type or ground type Pokemon, whose abilities to enrich soil, control pests, or even hasten plant growth have been invaluable in cultivating fertile lands and ensuring bountiful harvests. The traditional textiles of Johto often feature patterns derived from the natural markings or scales of various Pokemon, with colors extracted from berries or minerals found in their habitats, creating a vibrant tapestry that reflects the region's biodiversity. The legal system in Johto has specific statutes concerning the ethical treatment of Pokemon used in competitive battling or as industrial aids, ensuring their welfare and preventing exploitation, reflecting a progressive societal view. The ancient astronomical observations in Johto were sometimes influenced by the behavior of nocturnal Pokemon, such as Umbreon, whose glowing rings were believed to wax and wane with lunar cycles, offering a unique perspective on celestial mechanics. The development of advanced communication systems in Johto has occasionally drawn inspiration from the natural echolocation abilities of certain flying type or sound based Pokemon, leading to the creation of highly efficient and long range signaling methods. The traditional dance forms of Johto often mimic the movements and courtship rituals of various Pokemon, expressing themes of elegance, power, and community, becoming a living archive of regional animal behavior. The educational system in Johto incorporates experiential learning opportunities where students participate in conservation projects, reintroducing native Pokemon species to depleted habitats, fostering a hands on approach to environmental stewardship. The breakthroughs in energy generation in Johto have sometimes involved studying the bioelectrical properties of electric type Pokemon, leading to the development of novel and sustainable power sources that harness natural energies. The philosophical schools of thought in Johto often debate the concept of free will in Pokemon, questioning whether their actions are purely instinctual or if they possess genuine agency and the capacity for independent decision making, an ongoing intellectual pursuit. The historical accounts of Johto mention ancient Pokemon rangers who were not merely protectors of wildlife, but also mediators between human settlements and wild Pokemon territories, maintaining a delicate balance through diplomacy and understanding. The traditional pottery of Johto often depicts stylized forms of local Pokemon, with glazes and textures inspired by their natural hides or geological formations, becoming functional art that celebrates regional fauna. The legal provisions in Johto include robust intellectual property laws protecting unique Pokemon breeding techniques or specialized training methodologies developed by renowned Pokemon masters, recognizing the value of expertise. The ancient architectural designs in Johto sometimes incorporated structural elements inspired by the natural defenses or nests of certain rock type or ground type Pokemon, creating buildings that were both aesthetically pleasing and remarkably resilient to natural forces. The development of advanced surveillance technologies in Johto has occasionally borrowed principles from the keen senses of certain bug type or psychic type Pokemon, enabling more subtle and effective monitoring of environmental changes or critical infrastructure. The traditional storytelling in Johto often features morality tales where Pokemon act as allegorical figures, teaching lessons about courage, loyalty, and empathy, imparting wisdom through captivating narratives. The educational curriculum in Johto includes specialized courses in Pokemon psychology, training future counselors and behaviorists to address complex emotional or behavioral issues in Pokemon, emphasizing their mental well being. The advancements in personal protective equipment in Johto have sometimes been informed by the natural defenses of certain steel type or bug type Pokemon, leading to the creation of lightweight, yet incredibly impact resistant materials for various applications. The philosophical concept of interconnectedness in Johto is often illustrated through the symbiotic relationships observed between different Pokemon species and their environments, highlighting how every element plays a crucial role in the larger ecological web. The historical chronicles of Johto detail periods of intense conflict where opposing factions would attempt to capture and weaponize powerful Pokemon, leading to devastating consequences and serving as a cautionary tale against exploiting nature's power. The traditional healing practices in Johto often involve the use of specific Pokemon abilities, such as the purifying touch of a Clefable or the soothing melodies of a Jigglypuff, complementing herbal remedies and offering holistic care. The legal frameworks in Johto include stringent regulations on the ownership and handling of particularly rare or powerful Pokemon, requiring special permits and demonstrating competency to ensure public safety and the Pokemon's welfare. The ancient cartography of Johto sometimes marked not just geographical features, but also areas known for unusual energy fluctuations or spatial distortions, often linked to the presence of legendary Pokemon or ancient mystical sites. The development of advanced waste management systems in Johto has occasionally drawn inspiration from the natural decomposition processes facilitated by certain bug type or poison type Pokemon, leading to more efficient and environmentally friendly recycling methods. The traditional puppetry of Johto often features intricate representations of Pokemon used in ceremonial performances or educational plays, bringing ancient legends and ecological lessons to life through movement and artistry. The educational system in Johto offers advanced degrees in Pokemon linguistics, training researchers to decode and understand the complex vocalizations and body language of various Pokemon species, bridging the communication gap. The breakthroughs in material recycling in Johto have sometimes involved studying the unique digestive processes of certain ground type or steel type Pokemon, leading to innovative methods for breaking down and repurposing waste materials. The philosophical concept of legacy in Johto is often explored through the generational passing down of knowledge and skills, particularly in the training of Pokemon, where techniques and bonds are cultivated and strengthened over decades, shaping future generations. The historical archives of Johto contain records of ancient engineering feats, such as the construction of elaborate aqueducts or terraced farms, which often involved the coordinated efforts of powerful ground type or water type Pokemon, demonstrating early human Pokemon collaboration on a grand scale. The traditional weaving techniques in Johto often incorporate strands of shed Pokemon fur or silk from bug type Pokemon, creating garments that are not only beautiful but also possess unique insulating or protective qualities, a testament to resourcefulness. The legal codes in Johto include specific protections for Pokemon that are integral to cultural heritage or symbolic of regional identity, safeguarding them from harm or commercial exploitation, preserving their intrinsic value. The ancient calendar systems of Johto were sometimes aligned with the migration patterns of certain flying type Pokemon or the seasonal cycles of plants favored by grass type Pokemon, demonstrating a deep attunement to natural rhythms and ecological indicators. The development of advanced robotic technologies in Johto has occasionally replicated the biomechanical structures or sensory organs of certain Pokemon, leading to the creation of highly specialized drones or automated assistants for various tasks. The traditional confectionery of Johto often features candies and treats molded into the shapes of beloved Pokemon, made with regional fruits and flavors, becoming a sweet celebration of local fauna. The educational curriculum in Johto includes extensive field studies in remote wilderness areas, allowing students to observe wild Pokemon in their natural habitats, fostering an intimate understanding of their behaviors and ecological roles. The advancements in bioluminescent technologies in Johto have sometimes been inspired by the natural light emitting properties of certain electric type or bug type Pokemon, leading to the creation of energy efficient and aesthetically pleasing lighting solutions. The philosophical concept of balance in Johto is deeply rooted in the understanding of ecological stability, where the removal or overpopulation of even a single Pokemon species can have cascading effects throughout the entire ecosystem, emphasizing the delicate harmony of nature. The historical narratives of Johto recount periods of significant climate change, where communities had to adapt their lifestyles and collaborate with Pokemon to survive, showcasing resilience and innovation in the face of environmental shifts. The traditional musical instruments of Johto sometimes incorporate natural materials like dried gourds or hollowed wood, with designs intricately carved to resemble Pokemon, producing unique acoustic qualities and visually appealing artistry. The legal frameworks in Johto include specific provisions for the rehabilitation and re release of Pokemon that have been rescued from illegal poaching or illicit trade, ensuring their successful reintegration into the wild. The ancient folklore of Johto often describes mythical Pokemon as guardians of sacred sites or dispensers of divine justice, reflecting humanity's awe and respect for their immense power and spiritual significance. The development of advanced material synthesis in Johto has occasionally involved mimicking the molecular structures of certain Pokemon produced substances, such as silk from Spinarak or the hardened scales of dragon type Pokemon, leading to novel materials with exceptional properties. The traditional mask making in Johto often involves sculpting elaborate masks resembling the faces of powerful or revered Pokemon used in ceremonial dances or theatrical performances, embodying their spirits and powers. The educational system in Johto offers specialized programs in Pokemon ethical breeding, teaching responsible practices that prioritize the health, genetic diversity, and overall well being of Pokemon populations. The breakthroughs in camouflage technology in Johto have sometimes been informed by the natural mimicry abilities of certain grass type or bug type Pokemon, leading to the development of highly effective concealment solutions for various applications. The philosophical concept of resilience in Johto is often embodied by Pokemon that endure harsh environmental conditions or overcome significant challenges, inspiring human perseverance and adaptability in the face of adversity. The historical records of Johto reveal instances of ancient Pokemon battles that were not merely contests of strength, but also elaborate rituals or tests of skill between rival clans, with strict codes of honor and respect for both trainers and Pokemon. The traditional incense production in Johto often uses aromatic herbs and resins gathered from areas frequented by grass type or psychic type Pokemon, believed to enhance meditation or ward off negative energies, creating a sensory link to nature. The legal provisions in Johto include robust environmental protection laws, specifically targeting the preservation of unique Pokemon habitats, such as ancient forests or pristine mountain ranges, safeguarding their biodiversity. The ancient astrological beliefs in Johto sometimes linked the appearance of rare celestial phenomena to the emergence of legendary Pokemon, interpreting these events as omens or divine messages from the cosmos. The development of advanced filtration systems in Johto has occasionally drawn inspiration from the natural purification processes observed in certain water type or poison type Pokemon, leading to more efficient and sustainable water treatment methods. The traditional embroidery of Johto often features intricate designs depicting the life cycles of various Pokemon, from egg to evolution, symbolizing growth, transformation, and the continuous flow of life, a delicate art form. The educational curriculum in Johto includes specialized training in Pokemon search and rescue operations, preparing individuals to assist Pokemon in distress during natural disasters or emergencies, fostering a spirit of aid and compassion. The advancements in sustainable aquaculture in Johto have sometimes been informed by the natural feeding behaviors and symbiotic relationships observed in certain water type Pokemon, leading to more environmentally friendly fish farming techniques. The philosophical concept of balance between tradition and innovation in Johto is often debated, recognizing the value of ancient wisdom while embracing new scientific discoveries and technologies to enhance the well being of both humans and Pokemon. The historical accounts of Johto mention ancient trade routes that were established primarily to exchange rare Pokemon or unique Pokemon derived goods, fostering economic prosperity and cultural exchange between regions. The traditional culinary arts of Johto often feature dishes inspired by the natural diets of various Pokemon, using locally sourced ingredients and preparation methods that honor the interconnectedness of food and nature. The legal frameworks in Johto include specific regulations for the ethical collection and study of wild Pokemon, ensuring that research activities do not cause undue harm or disruption to their natural populations. The ancient navigational techniques in Johto sometimes involved observing the migratory paths of certain flying type Pokemon or the celestial alignment of constellations, guiding sailors and travelers across vast distances with remarkable accuracy. The development of advanced medical diagnostics in Johto has occasionally borrowed principles from the keen sensory organs of certain psychic type or bug type Pokemon, leading to more precise and non invasive methods for detecting ailments. The traditional calligraphy of Johto often features stylized characters inspired by the elegant forms or movements of various Pokemon, creating a visual language that blends artistic expression with natural inspiration. The educational system in Johto offers programs in Pokemon assisted therapy, training professionals to utilize the calming presence and unique abilities of certain Pokemon to aid in the emotional and psychological well being of humans. The breakthroughs in noise reduction technology in Johto have sometimes been informed by the natural sound absorbing properties of certain grass type or ground type Pokemon, leading to quieter and more harmonious urban environments. The philosophical concept of empathy in Johto is often cultivated through the deep bonds formed between trainers and their Pokemon, fostering an understanding of non human perspectives and promoting compassionate interactions within the broader society. The historical chronicles of Johto detail ancient festivals and ceremonies that were entirely dedicated to honoring specific legendary Pokemon, involving elaborate rituals, offerings, and communal celebrations that underscored humanity's dependence on their benevolent influence, weaving a rich tapestry of cultural lore. The traditional architecture of Johto often incorporates elements designed to coexist harmoniously with wild Pokemon, such as natural passages for migratory species or rooftop gardens that serve as nesting sites, reflecting a profound respect for shared living spaces. The legal frameworks in Johto include specific provisions for the protection of Pokemon species that are vital to their respective ecosystems, recognizing their keystone roles in maintaining ecological stability and preventing cascading environmental impacts. The ancient textile dyeing techniques in Johto sometimes utilized natural pigments derived from berries or flowers that attracted specific Pokemon, creating a subtle connection between the colors and the natural world they represented. The development of advanced biometric identification systems in Johto has occasionally drawn inspiration from the unique patterns or genetic markers of various Pokemon, leading to highly accurate and secure methods of personal identification. The traditional wood carving of Johto often features intricate representations of Pokemon, particularly those revered for their wisdom or strength, serving as protective talismans or decorative art pieces that embody regional spirit. The educational curriculum in Johto emphasizes early childhood education programs that introduce young children to Pokemon ecology and responsible interaction, fostering a lifelong appreciation for nature. The advancements in climate control technology in Johto have sometimes been informed by the natural temperature regulation mechanisms of certain ice type or fire type Pokemon, leading to more energy efficient and adaptable heating and cooling systems. The philosophical concept of patience in Johto is often learned through the process of training Pokemon. Understanding the true growth and mastery take time, dedication, and a deep understanding of individual Pokemon's needs and personalities. The historical accounts of Johto reveal instances of ancient alliances between different human tribes and specific Pokemon species, forming powerful symbiotic relationships for mutual protection and survival in challenging landscapes. The traditional fishing practices in Johto sometimes involve the aid of certain water type or electric type Pokemon, whose abilities to locate aquatic life or create localized currents were invaluable for sustainable harvesting. The legal codes in Johto include stringent regulations on the trade and ownership of Pokemon that are considered invasive species, preventing ecological disruption and protecting native biodiversity. The ancient pottery designs of Johto sometimes depicted the constellations, with specific Pokemon forms subtly incorporated into the star patterns, reflecting a dual reverence for both the celestial and terrestrial worlds. The development of advanced sensor technologies in Johto has occasionally replicated the acute senses of certain flying type or bug type Pokemon, enabling highly sensitive detection of environmental changes or subtle movements. The traditional folk dances of Johto often feature movements that mimic the natural behaviors or courtship rituals of local Pokemon, becoming a vibrant expression of the region's unique animal life and cultural heritage. The educational system in Johto offers specialized programs in Pokemon behavior modification, training experts to address complex behavioral issues in Pokemon through positive reinforcement and understanding their underlying needs. The breakthroughs in sustainable agriculture in Johto have sometimes been informed by the natural nutrient cycling processes observed in certain grass type or ground type Pokemon, leading to more environmentally friendly and productive farming methods. The philosophical concept of adaptation in Johto is deeply ingrained through observing Pokemon that thrive in diverse and challenging environments, inspiring human ingenuity and flexibility in the face of evolving conditions. The historical narratives of Johto recount periods of significant technological advancement driven by the study of Pokemon abilities, leading to innovations that profoundly shaped the region's societal development and cultural identity. The traditional textile arts of Johto frequently incorporate patterns and dyes derived from the natural coloration and markings of local Pokemon, creating fabrics that are not only aesthetically pleasing, but also tell stories of the land and its creatures. The legal framework in Johto outlines specific ethical guidelines for Pokemon research, ensuring that scientific inquiry respects the well being and natural habitats of all Pokemon species, balancing knowledge with responsibility. The ancient astronomical observatories in Johto, often built on high peaks, were not just for stargazing, but also for tracking the migratory patterns of certain flying type Pokemon, whose movements were sometimes linked to celestial events, creating a fascinating blend of science and myth. The advancements in materials science in Johto have sometimes been influenced by the unique structural properties of certain rock type or steel type Pokemon, leading to the development of incredibly durable and resilient building materials. The traditional musical instruments of Johto often mimic the vocalizations or natural sounds produced by various Pokemon, creating melodies that evoke the wild heart of the region and its diverse inhabitants. The educational curriculum in Johto includes specialized courses in Pokemon forensics, training investigators to analyze clues left by Pokemon at crime scenes, from paw prints to elemental residue, aiding in both human and Pokemon related investigations. The breakthroughs in renewable energy in Johto have sometimes been inspired by the natural energy generation processes observed in certain electric type or fire type Pokemon, leading to more efficient and sustainable power sources. The philosophical concept of interconnectedness in Johto is profoundly expressed through the intricate web of relationships between all living things, where the well being of one species often directly impacts the health of the entire ecosystem, a lesson taught by Pokemon themselves. The historical records of Johto speak of ancient medical practices that involve the use of specific Pokemon or their natural secretions for healing purposes, a precursor to modern Pokemon derived pharmaceuticals, highlighting a long history of understanding their restorative properties. The traditional culinary arts of Johto often feature dishes that are inspired by the dietary preferences or natural habitats of local Pokemon, creating a diverse and flavorful cuisine that celebrates the region's biodiversity. The legal system in Johto has specific provisions for the protection of endangered Pokemon species, implementing strict conservation measures and habitat preservation initiatives to ensure their survival for future generations. The ancient architectural styles of Johto often incorporate elements that reflect the natural forms or defensive strategies of certain Pokemon, creating structures that are both aesthetically harmonious with the environment and remarkably resilient. The development of advanced communication technologies in Johto has sometimes replicated the intricate signaling methods of certain psychic type or bug type Pokemon, leading to more efficient and secure ways of transmitting information across vast distances. The traditional storytelling traditions of Johto frequently feature mythical Pokemon as central figures, their exploits and wisdom imparting moral lessons and explaining natural phenomena, shaping the cultural identity of the region. The educational system in Johto offers specialized training in Pokemon communication, teaching individuals to understand and interpret the subtle cues, vocalizations, and body language of various Pokemon, fostering deeper bonds and mutual understanding. The advancements in waste management in Johto have sometimes been informed by the natural decomposition processes observed in certain poison type or bug type Pokemon, leading to more environmentally friendly and efficient ways of processing refuse. The philosophical concept of impermanence in Johto is often contemplated through the observation of Pokemon life cycles, from birth to evolution to the eventual return to the Earth, reminding all of the cyclical nature of existence. The historical accounts of Johto reveal instances of ancient engineering feats inspired by the structural integrity or manipulative abilities of certain rock type or fighting type Pokemon, allowing for the construction of impressive and enduring monuments. The traditional agricultural practices in Johto sometimes involved the cooperative efforts of certain ground type or grass type Pokemon whose abilities to till soil or accelerate plant growth were invaluable for sustainable farming. The legal codes in Johto include regulations concerning the ethical capture and release of wild Pokemon, ensuring that these practices are conducted humanely and with minimal disruption to natural ecosystems. The ancient cartography of Johto sometimes depicted the migration routes of Pokemon alongside geographical features, illustrating a deep understanding of the region's animal movements and their connection to the landscape. The development of advanced weather prediction systems in Johto has occasionally incorporated the natural sensitivity of certain flying type or water type Pokemon to atmospheric changes, leading to more accurate and timely forecasts. The traditional martial arts of Johto often draw inspiration from the fighting styles and defensive maneuvers of various Pokemon, creating disciplines that are both effective and deeply rooted in the region's natural heritage. The educational curriculum in Johto emphasizes specialized programs in Pokemon rehabilitation, training experts to care for injured or traumatized Pokemon, helping them to recover and return to their natural environments or find suitable homes. The breakthroughs in biomimicry in Johto have sometimes been directly inspired by the unique adaptations and functionalities observed in various Pokemon, leading to innovations across a wide range of industries, from medicine to engineering. The philosophical concept of balance in Johto is frequently explored through the careful equilibrium of nature, where predator and prey, land and water, all play a vital role in maintaining a healthy ecosystem, a lesson taught by the delicate dance of Pokemon interactions. The historical narratives of Johto recount periods of significant cultural exchange and interconnectedness with other regions, often facilitated by the migration of Pokemon or the shared knowledge of Pokemon training techniques. The traditional water management systems in Johto sometimes involve the strategic placement of certain water type or ground type Pokemon to help regulate flow or purify water sources, demonstrating an early understanding of ecological engineering. The legal system in Johto includes strict penalties for the poaching or illegal trade of Pokemon, recognizing the inherent value and importance of every species within the region's biodiversity. The ancient textile weaving techniques of Johto sometimes incorporated specific Pokemon furs or shed scales into garments, creating materials with unique insulating or protective properties, reflecting a sustainable use of natural resources. The advancements in robotics in Johto have sometimes been influenced by the intricate movements and sensory capabilities of certain bug type or steel type Pokemon, leading to the development of highly specialized and adaptable machines. The traditional competitive sports in Johto often involve events that showcase the natural abilities and trained skills of various Pokemon, becoming a vibrant expression of both human and Pokemon athleticism. The educational curriculum in Johto offers specialized programs in Pokemon dietary science, training experts to formulate balanced and nutritious diets for a wide range of Pokemon species, ensuring their optimal health and development. The breakthroughs in environmental monitoring in Johto have sometimes been informed by the natural indicators provided by certain grass type or poison type Pokemon, whose presence or health can signal changes in air or water quality. The philosophical concept of perseverance in Johto is often exemplified by the unwavering determination of Pokemon to overcome challenges, whether in battle or in adapting to harsh environments, inspiring human resilience. The historical records of Johto speak of ancient medical interventions that involve the precise application of certain Pokemon abilities for diagnosis or therapeutic purposes, a testament to a deep ancestral understanding of their powers. The traditional spirit festivals in Johto frequently feature elaborate costumes and performances that honor mythical Pokemon, reflecting a profound spiritual connection to the creatures that share their world. The legal framework in Johto outlines specific protocols for the humane capture and relocation of Pokemon that pose a threat to human settlements or agricultural lands, prioritizing non lethal solutions. The ancient decorative arts of Johto sometimes depicted the evolutionary lineages of certain Pokemon, illustrating a sophisticated understanding of their biological development and interconnections, predating modern scientific classifications. The development of advanced geological surveying techniques in Johto has occasionally replicated the natural abilities of certain ground type or rock type Pokemon to detect subterranean formations or mineral deposits, aiding in resource discovery. The traditional theatrical performances of Johto often incorporate live Pokemon into their narratives, creating immersive and dynamic spectacles that blend human artistry with the natural charisma of the creatures. The educational system in Johto offers specialized training in Pokemon art therapy, using interaction with Pokemon as a means of emotional expression and healing for individuals facing various psychological challenges. The advancements in noise reduction technology in Johto have sometimes been inspired by the natural sound dampening capabilities of certain flying type or grass type Pokemon, leading to quieter and more peaceful living environments. The philosophical concept of self discovery in Johto is often facilitated through the journey of a Pokemon trainer, where the challenges and triumphs of raising Pokemon lead to a deeper understanding of one's own strengths and limitations. The historical narratives of Johto recount instances of ancient peace treaties between warring factions being solidified through the exchange of rare Pokemon, symbolizing trust and a shared commitment to harmony. The traditional methods of pest control in Johto sometimes involve the strategic deployment of certain bug type or flying type Pokemon to naturally manage agricultural threats, minimizing reliance on chemical interventions. The legal codes in Johto include provisions for the protection of Pokemon habitats, designating specific areas as nature preserves to safeguard biodiversity and ecological integrity. The ancient musical compositions of Johto sometimes incorporated the natural vocalizations of Pokemon, creating symphonies that celebrated the sounds of the wild and fostered a deeper connection to nature. The development of advanced navigation systems in Johto has occasionally replicated the natural homing instincts of certain flying type or psychic type Pokemon, leading to more reliable and intuitive methods of directional guidance. The traditional board games of Johto often feature Pokemon as playing pieces or thematic elements, reflecting a playful and pervasive integration of these creatures into everyday life and entertainment. The educational curriculum in Johto emphasizes specialized programs in Pokemon ethology, training researchers to observe and understand the complex social structures, communication, and behaviors of Pokemon in their natural environments. The breakthroughs in material recycling in Johto have sometimes been informed by the natural decomposition and reutilization processes observed in certain bug type or steel type Pokemon, leading to more efficient and sustainable resource management. The philosophical concept of courage in Johto is frequently expressed through the unwavering spirit of Pokemon in battle, inspiring trainers to face their own fears and stand firm in the face of adversity. The historical records of Johto speak of ancient astronomical charts that not only plotted stars, but also tracked the movements of specific celestial Pokemon, intertwining scientific observation with mythical understanding. The traditional clothing of Johto sometimes incorporates natural dyes derived from plants that are cultivated with the assistance of certain grass type or water type Pokemon, creating vibrant and ecologically conscious attire. The legal system in Johto includes strict regulations on the commercial breeding of Pokemon, ensuring that ethical standards are maintained and preventing overpopulation or genetic degradation within species. The ancient pottery designs of Johto sometimes depicted the life cycles of various Pokemon, from egg to fully evolved form, illustrating a deep reverence for the transformative power of nature. The development of advanced medical diagnostics in Johto has occasionally replicated the natural sensory abilities of certain psychic type or electric type Pokemon to detect subtle physiological changes, leading to earlier and more accurate diagnoses. The traditional puppet shows of Johto often feature Pokemon characters, using their unique abilities and personalities to tell stories that entertain and educate audiences of all ages. The educational system in Johto offers specialized training in Pokemon zoo management, preparing professionals to create enriching and stimulating environments for Pokemon in captivity, promoting their well being and educating the public. The advancements in personal protective equipment in Johto have sometimes been inspired by the natural defenses and resilient outer layers of certain rock type or steel type Pokemon, leading to stronger and more impact resistant gear. The philosophical concept of interconnectedness in Johto is deeply woven into the fabric of daily life, where the health of the land, the well being of Pokemon, and the prosperity of humanity are seen as intrinsically linked, a holistic worldview fostered by centuries of living alongside these creatures. The historical narratives of Johto recount periods of environmental crisis that were overcome through collaborative efforts between humans and Pokemon, showcasing their collective resilience and problem solving abilities. The traditional methods of forest management in Johto sometimes involve the natural pruning or seed dispersal actions of certain grass type or flying type Pokemon, promoting healthy forest ecosystems. The legal codes in Johto include provisions for the rehabilitation and reintroduction of Pokemon back into the wild, ensuring that conservation efforts are holistic and aim for long term ecological balance. The ancient cave paintings of Johto sometimes depicted the earliest known interactions between humans and specific Pokemon, offering invaluable insights into their historical relationship and the evolution of their shared culture. The development of advanced material synthesis in Johto has occasionally replicated the unique biological processes of certain bug type or poison type Pokemon to create novel compounds with diverse applications. The traditional folk songs of Johto often tell tales of heroic Pokemon or legendary encounters, preserving oral histories and instilling a sense of wonder and respect for the powerful forces of nature. The educational curriculum in Johto emphasizes specialized programs in Pokemon diplomacy, training individuals to mediate conflicts between different Pokemon species or between Pokemon and human communities, fostering peaceful coexistence. The breakthroughs in sustainable housing in Johto have sometimes been informed by the natural construction methods and climate control capabilities of certain ground type or grass type Pokemon, leading to more energy efficient and environmentally friendly dwellings. The philosophical concept of change in Johto is often observed through the process of Pokemon evolution, where growth and transformation are not just physical, but also represent a deepening of character and potential. The historical records of Johto speak of ancient trade routes that were established and protected by powerful Pokemon, facilitating the exchange of goods and ideas across vast and often dangerous territories. The traditional methods of natural disaster preparedness in Johto sometimes involved observing the predictive behaviors of certain ground type or water type Pokemon whose heightened senses could anticipate seismic activity or impending storms. The legal system in Johto includes strict regulations on the use of Pokemon in public performances or entertainment, ensuring that their welfare and natural behaviors are respected and not exploited. The ancient monumental architecture of Johto sometimes incorporated specific Pokemon forms as protective effigies or symbolic representations of strength and endurance, reflecting a deep spiritual connection to these powerful beings. The development of advanced biological research tools in Johto has occasionally replicated the natural analytical abilities of certain psychic type or steel type Pokemon to study complex biological systems with unprecedented precision. The traditional ceremonies of Johto often involve symbolic interactions with specific Pokemon, reflecting a reverence for their natural powers and their role in maintaining the balance of the world. The educational system in Johto offers specialized training in Pokemon psychological counseling, providing therapeutic support for Pokemon experiencing stress, anxiety, or trauma, helping them regain emotional well being. The advancements in non lethal defense technologies in Johto have sometimes been inspired by the natural defensive mechanisms and deterrence of certain electric type or psychic type Pokemon, leading to innovative methods of protection. The philosophical concept of destiny in Johto is often pondered through the unique bond between a trainer and their Pokemon, where shared journeys and evolving strengths suggest a preordained connection. The historical narratives of Johto recount periods of great innovation in the arts and sciences, often spurred by a deeper understanding of Pokemon abilities and their potential applications. The traditional healing practices in Johto sometimes involve the use of naturally occurring compounds found in plants that grow in symbiosis with certain grass type or fairy type Pokemon, highlighting a profound understanding of ecological relationships. The legal codes in Johto include specific guidelines for responsible Pokemon breeding practices, aiming to maintain genetic diversity and prevent the propagation of undesirable traits. The ancient astronomical understanding in Johto extended beyond stars to include the cyclical appearance of certain legendary Pokemon, whose presence was often associated with significant terrestrial events, blurring the lines between myth and observation. The development of advanced forensic analysis techniques in Johto has occasionally replicated the acute sensory capabilities of certain dark type or psychic type Pokemon to uncover hidden clues and solve complex mysteries. The traditional forms of Johtoese poetry often employ Pokemon as metaphors for human emotions and experiences, enriching the language and adding layers of meaning to common sentiments. The educational curriculum in Johto emphasizes specialized programs in Pokemon assisted therapy for humans, where the calming and empathetic presence of certain Pokemon is utilized to aid in recovery from various physical and mental ailments. The breakthroughs in sustainable resource management in Johto have sometimes been informed by the natural efficiency and waste reduction strategies observed in various Pokemon ecosystems, leading to more circular economic models. The philosophical concept of legacy in Johto is profoundly expressed through the passing down of Pokemon from generation to generation, symbolizing inherited wisdom, shared memories, and an enduring connection to the past. The historical records of Johto speak of ancient libraries and archives that meticulously documented Pokemon species, their behaviors, and their interactions with humans, forming the bedrock of modern Pokemon research. The traditional forms of Johtoese dance sometimes mimic the natural courtship rituals or territorial displays of certain Pokemon, serving as a vibrant cultural expression of the region's unique biodiversity and the subtle language of its wild inhabitants.